The October meeting of our Nelson City Council. I'd like to ask Councillor Matty Anderson to begin with a karakia, please.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Nesa Bulavanaka, it's Fijian Language Week this week. There's not many, apparently there's not many in Nelson. I know heaps and they're awesome in the Marcos, thank you. I'll open with Leongi. Ko haumatula matua hahilangi, o le atua matua mamatua, whanga mai kehe whatapotapotanga nei hao motulu, whakamonuina mai o motulu, ke hako moe tonu, e tu ngāhua he koe hingo tapu haiso kariso, ko ha motulu aiki, amene.
Amen.
And that translates, dear Lord, our Father in heaven, we ask you, Heavenly Father, look down on our gathering here with your blessings that we may do and say what is right. In the name of our Saviour, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Can I give a warm welcome from council colleagues to our youth councillor, Arlo Turner, to today's meeting. We challenge each of our youth councillors to make sure during the course, sometime during the day, that we have some wisdom from youth, but only if it works for yourself. I have received a apology from Councillor Hodgson. His children have become very unwell, and so has put an apology in for the day. And I would like to move from the chair that apology both be accepted, and we wish him well. Thank you, Councillor Courtney. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
With respect to the confirmation of the order of business, colleagues, I'd like to just flexibly juggle items 7 and 8, just because of the availability, which is the Mayor's report and the Suter item. I'd like to bring the Suter item ahead of it, just because of the availability of our team from the Suter Art Gallery. People are relaxed about that. We have no public forum today. I just did want to make a couple of opening comments in today's council meeting. The first is I want to acknowledge the work of Alec Levertis as our acting CE when the Chief Executive had a well-deserved break. There's always a nervousness when the Chief Executive goes. I think it is a tribute to the depth of the organisation that as Mayor I felt so well supported over that month. There's always a worry that you'll lose momentum. I have to advise the Chief Executive, good momentum was maintained during his absence. I did note that we, for a man that's been in the Navy for 34 years, the Navy did lose a ship during his absence. I'd also note that we lost the Ranfurly Shield on the day that he returned, and so that wasn't so good. But I would, on a very serious note, some of you will have seen the stories in Auckland about the lack of support for property owners that have been through their storms. In the last 3 days, I have received several emails of people incredibly complimentary of the work of our council staff in working through the storm damage. Sometimes there is the view, Alec, that we engineering types are not quite so good on the people stuff. I will share with colleagues the emails about your work, Alec, in working with those families and getting through to a solution, because they made me feel incredibly proud of being associated with the Nelson City Council in a very human way in which we've helped through some of those families affected by the storm. So a big thank you to Alec. The other bit I would note on today's agenda is that I am actually incredibly proud, and it is a reflection on every elected member around this table, as well as Nigel and his team, of those very good resident survey results about the performance of this institution of which we are all part. To be the best of 18 councils that are surveyed by Key Research, the fact that we've seen significant improvement over the last 2 years. Again, I've been receiving some response to communities, and I would have this message for councillors. Please take pride in those results, because they are as much your work as they are either a reflection on the staff. I do note, and I said when I became Mayor 2 years ago, that when there was difficult conflict around that council table, it reflected right through in terms of the public perception of the organisation. In the previous council term, there were 6 code of conducts complaints. The term prior to that, there were 4. We've been going for 2 years. there's been passionate views around this council table. We don't agree on everything, but it is a huge credit to every councillor sitting around this table that for 2 years I genuinely feel that we've been able to resolve issues and provide good governance for this institution. So I want to thank every councillor for their contribution towards those good results. I come now to the confirmation of the minutes on the 5th of September and would ask if there's a colleague prepared to move the adoption of those minutes. Thanks.
Sorry, I wasn't there, so I can't, but I've just got a quick question.
Sure.
And I watched the passionate meeting online with interest. I see that there were interest raised quite rightly by Councillor Paki, and I noticed yourself, Nick Smith, quite rightly raised interest, but then I see for those topics of interest that then those were voted on by councillors. Is there a reason, just for the sake of public interest and integrity, how has that come about?
Can councillors going to be more specific about the issue that caused you concern?
I see on
In the minutes?
in the minutes,
Yeah.
it says there's number 3 interests, and I see in the meeting it was declared a vested interest, and that decision number 8.
Yes.
Number 8.
Was
And
that
I
with
see-
respect to the debate on the Maori ward that occurred at that meeting?
Correct.
Yeah, look,
And I've seen it has happened before in a sense. I know you've raised a conflict of interest quite rightly, and then I was confused. You'd actually then debated on it and then abstained from voting. So just in the sake of integrity and reasoning, so public will have been asking why that is the case.
yeah,
There
I
may
have,
well be a valid reason.
sure. Let me give you the reason, and ultimately it is the duty of councillors to declare where they have an interest, and it's my role as chair to then provide guidance to ensure that decisions are made with integrity. The analogy that I would give Councillor Skinner would be this. Parliament had an intense debate over the change to first past the post to MMP. Every member of Parliament had an interest. For instance, I at that time was the Member of Parliament for Tasman, and my seat was proposed to disappear if MMP came into effect as eventuated. Now, would it have been reasonable to say that as the Member of Parliament for Tasman, I could not participate in the debate about MMP or first past the post, even though I had a conflict of interest? In my view, Councillor Paki faced a similar question in respect of the debate over the Maori ward. I made the judgment, and the responsibility rests with me as mayor. I had a view that, yes, it was proper for Councillor Paki to declare that inevitably he had an interest in whether this council decided to maintain a Maori ward or not, but that was not of a sort that required him to be disbarred from voting. I'd also note that we're not the only council that had to consider the issue of a Maori ward. I do not know of any other council whether either the chief executive or the mayor told a Maori ward councillor that they were not able to either participate or vote in that decision, Councillor Skinner. So that is the way that I would confirm the minutes as being a fair way of dealing with those conflict issues.
Just raise, I'm not being a stickler, but I am, when it comes to democracy and how we're perceived in the public, however
Yes.
well-meaning, because I know many times that you even have a perceived conflict of interest. It may not be a conflict of interest and people stand aside from debate voting. But I see this was, and it's very clear in the standing minutes and also in the Local Authorities Member of Interest Act 1968 and our Code of Conduct and Standing Orders, that if you declare of interest, if a declaration has been made by a member, then they may not involve themselves in discussion or voting, and that may be recorded in the minutes as such.
No, I don't. Well, firstly,
I'll
I'm happy
put
to
that
take.
to the,
I am going to take Councillor Paki.
I'll put it to the Office of CEO then, and it'd be nice to just get a bit
Sure,
of
I'm
feedback on
happy.
it.
I'm happy for the CEO to make
It's an area we've had to step through very carefully.
and I've been quite consistent, and I'm going to give Councillor Paki the opportunity to comment. It is often, and this is important for overall guidance for councillors. When I became mayor, I made plain that I wanted us as a council to take a cautious approach around conflicts of interests. And there have been a number of occasions when councillors around this table, and I don't want to pick on anybody in particular, but for instance, Councillor Matty Anderson is very involved in the Pacifica community. And a couple of occasions, Councillor Anderson has said, well, I've got an interest there. And I have made the judgment as a chair and as advised, but I don't think that interest is of the sort that would conflict. I would like to maintain that practice of councillors being very open, but not necessarily automatically that resulting in them not being able to participate or vote. I know. Let me finish, please, Councillor Skinner. You have asked for comment from the Chief Executive.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to comment. I'm going to allow Councillor Paki to make comment. And then we will, I'm happy to come back to you after you've received those.
Can we come back to me later?
The Chief Executive?
Yeah, I concur with what you said, Mr. Mayor. I have no concern around the process, and I've taken advice as well, and it should stand as it is.
Oh, that should be noted in the minutes, then, or should have been advice, given that you don't have declaration of vested interest. The fact it's been declared, and he may well have the reason not to be, but
can I check with you, Councillor?
I don't want to drag it on. I'm just wondering.
No, but I want to be quite direct. I want to be quite direct with you. Are you seriously arguing that Councillor Paki should not have voted in respect of the issue of the Maori ward at the previous council meeting? Is that the argument that you're running?
No, because it's very clear in standing orders a decision that a councillor makes themselves, and they can seek advice. And if you'd seek advice and that said no, that they should not have actually said it's a little bit misguided for the public, and they see an interest vested, and then it's carried on. It should have said, hey, there is no interest, or not vested, not declared a vested interest. That's what I'm the declaration I'm making.
So
your clarity, it would have been better in the minutes to say, or not to say that even a conflict.
What the minute has,
I'll leave it at that, because I'm not holding anyone to account there, but I'm holding us as an organisation when we come to minutes saying got an interest and then votes. When people come back to this in months' time to go, well, why is there two?
I think the explanation you've heard both from myself, reinforced by the Chief Executive, is while Councillor Paki did declare an interest, by my decision, confirmed by the Chief Executive, is that was not of an interest that would prohibit him from being able to vote on the question of the Maori ward.
That'd be quite nice to add that, I think. If you're going to make corrections,
no, I'm not wanting to take a correction, and I do want to continue to have the practice of councillors being very open and allowing. I just think it's a really good practice for councillors to be open where they have an interest, and then allowing the chair quite transparently to decide where that interest is of sufficient moment to disallow them from participating in the vote. I do want to give, if Councillor Paki wished, the opportunity to comment.
I'll say very quickly that I concur with the wisdom of the Mayor and the Chair at the day, and also with the CEO, and also with my fellow colleagues who were actually there that day who made that decision. So, kia ora.
Thank you. I'd like to move on, unless there's any further point. The minutes have been moved by, I think, Councillor Courtney, and they were seconded by Councillor Campbell. Rollo, is there any further discussion on those minutes? Then all in favour of those being adopted, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. We then come to, that's carried, we come to recommendations from committees. The first of those is the recommendations from Audit, Risk and Finance. Would Councillor Sanson, as a member of that committee, be prepared to move those? Thank you, Councillor Sanson. Is there a seconder for the adoption of the recommendations from Audit, Finance and Risk? Thank you, Councillor Courtney.
I'm going to give way to the Deputy Mayor, but if you insist.
Councillor Courtney is there any discussion on the report from Audit, Risk and Finance? There isn't. I'll put, sorry, Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I noticed in recommendation 4 that the capital budget for 24-25 is increased, if I'm reading it correctly, to 119 million. So I'm just wondering if we can get some commentary on how feasible it is to deliver that volume of work in one financial year.
Yes, and just to give context, because the Finance, Audit and Risk Committee, of which I was part, effectively what happened was that we moved forward and got more ambitious from the original schedule for our storm recovery work. And the thing I didn't quite appreciate, Councillor Stallard, is that council staff tend to overreach it because it's a capital offence to spend money that you don't have authority from council for. And so inevitably they tend to be more cautious on putting more in than what is done. And then what's happened is effectively the budget got extended midway through the storm recovery and then pulled back a little bit undershoot. But I'll be happy to take comment from Alec in response of a very fair question. The capital program for council this year is huge. We've got a paper today further pulling it forward, which has got me even more excited. I like us getting stuff done. Alec, do you want to respond to the question from Councillor Stallard about capacity to deliver?
Thank you, through the chair, and I think that's an excellent question, and it was the subject of quite a lot of debate at the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee. I will try and remember what I advised the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee and give that same answer through the chair. My first comment was that, yes, I think the capital works budget is extremely ambitious, but I signalled to council right at the beginning as part of the annual plan and the LTP that was going to be the case. When I look at the carryovers that have been requested through the Audit, Risk and Finance, they fall into two categories. The first one is relating to the recovery and the buyouts, and a lot of that work is well underway, it's entrenched, and it is looking very, very positive in terms of spending that money. So in terms of me worrying about the recovery and the government buyout and a whole lot of other things associated with the August 2022 recovery, I'm fairly relaxed and confident that that is moving at a pace that we will get that money spent. In terms of the other carry forwards, sorry.
Keep going.
In terms of the other carry forwards, you will see there's an attachment to the Audit, Risk and Finance Committee is carrying over money that is already committed that we owe contractors or where we have committed contracts. So on that respect, the carryovers per se don't particularly worry me. I think we'll be spending those carryovers fairly comfortably. A lot of that relates to the Infrastructural Acceleration Fund, which we know is gaining momentum. So that's a long way of saying that the carryovers I'm comfortable with. The overall program is still a challenge, and it always has been, and I won't shy away from that. And it has been an ambitious goal set by us, but at this moment in time, swings and roundabouts, I think we are looking okay.
Aaron, does that satisfy your question?
Just a quick follow-up. Are there any risks in this situation, or we simply, if we don't deliver that work, we just carry over again?
I think there's always risks, and I always caveat that in saying subject to weather. So any adverse weather, it's always subject to specific projects where we're discussing easements, resource consents, but we plan ahead, and so far all of that's looking good. But there's not to say that something will come out and catch us by surprise, but so far so good. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not so worried about the prospect of not delivering on that work stream, but what do we do if we don't deliver again? Is it fine just to continue to carry over to next year, or might there be some negative consequences that we should be aware of?
I don't think there's any negative consequences that we need to be aware of at the moment in terms of the projects. As I say, the majority I've either committed and or about to come on live on stream and or the recovery, and I'm comfortable to different degrees and all of those, but I'm quietly confident that those are all moving at pace and that we will have a spend. So there's nothing that I can't see coming out of the woodwork at this moment in time, and maybe that'll come out and catch me at a later stage. There are a couple of reports on the table where the same question should be asked. I'm asking to bring money forward, but for different reasons, but I think we have a plan to deliver those.
The one thing I'd reinforce for council, I had not appreciated until that audit risk meeting, this tension that exists for staff that they must not overshoot and must not spend more than what's in the budget, and that's why they take a cautionary view and put as much in the program as possible. It's okay to under. It is a serious offence for them to over. And it wasn't until we drilled down in audit, finance and risk that I completely appreciated that that's the way the rules of the Local Government Act provide that incentive to operate that way. But good questions and good for us to understand. Are there any further questions on the Finance, Audit and Risk Committee and those 7 recommendations we have before us? That being the case, it has been moved and seconded. I'll put that to council. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. That is carried. We come to the item of the Nelson Tasman Regional Landfill Business Unit. Our representatives, Councillor Skinner and Paki and Courtney. Would one of those?
No, it's myself and Councillor Stella.
Or is it sewerage we're talking about?
I'm sorry. You correct me, pull me up. We've got resolutions from both the landfill business unit and then separately for the regional sewerage business unit. Let's take those in the order they are. Councillor Courtney, are you prepared to move the recommendation of the receipt of the business plan?
Happy to do that.
Is there a seconder? Thanks, Councillor Snellard. Is there any discussion on those recommendations from the landfill business unit? That being the case, I shall put that recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. That is carried. We now come to the report from the Nelson Regional Sewerage Business Unit, which is, Councillor Skinner and Councillor Paki as our representatives. Would they be prepared to move?
You have to move that we receive the Regional Sewage Business Unit draft business plan for 2025-26 and the feedback. And as you'll see for the public on pages 28 onwards is that business plan document.
Thank you. And Councillor Paki, are you happy to second? That being the case, all those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. As I indicated at the beginning of the meeting, I'd now like to switch to item 8, the Suter Art Gallery strategic presentation, and invite Steve and Julie before council. I do want to acknowledge at the beginning of this presentation, this is Julie Catchpole's final presentation after giving years of service to our Suter, both as a Member of Parliament and more recently as a Mayor. Julie, your service to this community with the Suter has been fantastic. The community is very appreciative of that leadership that you have given that organisation. If there was something I must truly give you credit for is that you were the chief executive when the very substantive upgrade of that project. That was a project that had caused some community difficulty earlier that we all recall. And every time I go to that Suter facility these days, the way in which the heritage of the original building has been protected, as well as the extension, I just feel how lucky we are to have the institution of which you've been a wonderful guardian. And I know that all councillors would want to join with me in acknowledging that service in advance of you presenting the strategic plan today. Over to you, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it's Julie's last presentation, she's going to do the whole lot. I'll be here to answer some questions at the end, and please do so, and we'll do what we can to tell you how we're going.
If we've got any tough questions, we're going to direct them at you, Steve.
That's fine. Yeah. Okay, so Julie.
Thank you very much for your very kind words. So I'm just going to rattle through this presentation. I thought I'd gotten away with the one earlier this year being my last, but here we go. Just some quick overview of our trends. This winter it has been pretty slow, but Nelson Clay Week has been a huge success and a big boost to visitors, both for us and for Nelson. And I think that's an initiative that is fantastic, and particularly at that time of the year. Our exhibitions have been well received. Education visits have been phenomenal this calendar year. And we're kind of going okay with our retailers, one of our biggest contributors to our revenue. Just on here, you can see here year to date, we've got the ticks going back up again. Thank goodness. That shows you what a boost things like Nelson Clay Week can be. This is our strategic plan, and we're just going to hone into this as we go along. This chart here is what the board is going to focus on for the next 12 months. So it's sort of a drill down into the strategic plan, but just going right into the centre there. Our purpose is to make art matter. And then going through the plan, encircling making art matter is honouring and living our partnership with iwi, and with involvement in governance and all of our projects, whether they be exhibitions, public events, collection, and other projects we engage in. Goal 1 is to be a vibrant visual arts destination. We do have a good reputation nationally, and we want to keep on building that. We are recognised for our exhibitions, our collection. It's being used by other galleries for their programs, as well as our own. Education, we're particularly noted for. And of course, we're a key visitor attraction for this region. Goal 2 is our programming, and in the board's focus is to introduce more diversity into that. And falling under that heading of the program, the exhibitions course, we have a regularly changing program of exhibitions, supplemented with the Art Society, who also do about 15 exhibitions a year. We've been doing quite a few that tie in with these special weeks. Something to look forward to next year is the Nelson Jewellery Week, which I expect will bring a lot of people into Nelson as well as the Clay Week did. Lifelong learning is both the schools, after school, adult art classes, school holiday programs. We've just concluded those workshops. Here's some things from this latest Clay Week. Public programs, there's talks in the gallery and in the theatre. The slide at the bottom is artists demonstrating in the theatre. Goal 3, this is our biggest area for the board's focus going forwards, which is to ensure a sustainable future for the Suter. Here's some of our strategies and actions for moving forward. We're trying to develop more and more revenue paths to supplement councils, grants, events, trying to get new sponsors and partners, and to engage in trying to get more long-term benefactors. Challenges, overhead, some of our overheads are pretty crippling at the moment. I'll go into that a bit more in a minute. Our biggest overheads are insurance, audit, electricity, cleaning, repairs and maintenance, and wages and salaries. And our grants, as you will have been aware, our Tasman District Council grant hadn't increased for many years, so we're sort of fallen behind in that regard. And the fundraising environment at the moment is pretty challenging, both for grants, obtaining grants, and benefaction. Increasing overhead costs, insurance, just put that in perspective, our insurance cost this year was the same as our grant from TDC. Audit, we're trying to reduce the cost there by simplifying our statement of intent and objectives. Electricity, we're in a combination of spot and fixed, and spot pricing in recent months have been horrendous. fortunately, the lakes are filled up and it's a bit better this month, but it's been frightening. On the positive front, TDC have increased their grant to us, and it will increase each year adjusted by CPI. So that is a win. Something that we are really worried about is our grant from the Ministry of Education, which was contestable in the current government. It's quite likely that whole learning outside the classrooms funding may come to an end. There's our revenue sources outlined. Our expenses, as you can see, personnel, unsurprisingly, is our biggest cost area. These are some of our contributors to trying to generate revenue. The shop, which is very good in that respect, and also profiling Nelson Tasman artists. Venue hire, we lost our lease with the state cinema, so now we're in the business of trying to generate new business and to make have events that maximise the special character of the Suter. We are open pretty much every day of the year, not quite entirely, with quite a small staff to do that. We are a living wage employer. And we have the 6 trustees and ex officio, the president of the Art Society. Changes ahead, well, there's plenty of those. Up there is Tony, a picture of Tony here, or here if you're looking at that screen, who's going to begin at the Suter on the 14th of November. Judy Finn is here. Who's retiring from the board come our AGM on the 31st of October. And here's a picture of me back in 2010, a while ago. So we're certainly an important part of the Nelson Tasman tourist infrastructure, and we've been trying to add to the region through activities like the Nelson and Tasman Art Walk, which have been a big success. Sustainability in the environment. Well, as we said, power consumption is really rather large, and we are trying to look at ways that we can reduce that, which will primarily be tinkering with the HVAC system. Our HVAC system's causing lots of problems at the moment, so ideally to fix it, we might also be able to change out the refrigerants in it and improve our carbon footprint. I'd just like to say at this point with the environment, thank you to the council for doing capital works in our immediate environment, which should help with stormwater and issues of flooding impacting on the Suter. We're very grateful for that. Goal 4 is our collection, and our building, of course, is one of those things that's a heritage item, now 125 years old. Collection, we added quite a bit in this last financial year, thanks to people's generosity. Finally, the Suter's Tasman Art Walk, we've now got works in Motueka and Takaka. They were put in earlier this year. In Murchison, we're just preparing to start putting some works into Murchison as well. Just running back to that, saying we were proceeding on that, and just like this is just saying what we're contributing to your community outcomes, and a big thank you for your support and advocacy for the Suter, because together we can make Nelson a great destination.
Lovely, thank you for the presentation. First question I've got is from Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and welcome, Steve. And I think, as Steve said, we've got a lot of work to do. But I think the Julie, when Nick was reminiscing over your past, no number of years were mentioned. So I'd like to ask, how many years have you been involved with the Suter?
I began here in 2007 on a contract, and I was appointed as the director in 2008, I think, when we changed our governance structure. So you can do the maths.
Yes, wonderful. Can I just have a follow-up on another matter altogether?
Although I'm just going to do a supplementary to you. Does that make you the longest serving director of our Suter Art Gallery in its 100+ year history, Julie?
Actually, I'm not sure about that. We've had 3 directors, but we're not 75 or whatever years old each.
So,
Um,
regardless, it's a...
yeah, the first one was from the 1970s, so probably about even each.
I'm sure when we do a formal farewell, we'll have that history checked out so that we can suitably recognise pretty amazing service to the organisation, Julie. Mel.
Yes. There was another one through you, man, Nick, a very important one I thought was, and I think you emphasised that yourself, but it was the present government's learning outside of classroom funding. Now, is that concerned with the art classes that you run for 6-year-olds to 13-year-olds and then for teens and for adults? Is that fund learning outside of classroom funding? Is that what supports those wonderful, heavily supported classes?
That funding is called an enriched local curriculum. Now that is schools education, and schools is actually defined from early childhood through to year 13. So those are classes from schools from our region, Nelson, Tasman, that come onto site for structured learning experiences that are New Zealand curriculum related. And the other activities are either paid for by people paying fees, or this year we've had NBS support scholarship places for children to participate in our after-school art classes, which has been absolutely superb and has increased the diversity of students that can participate in those sorts of classes and extend their artistic ability.
Julie, when will you hear through me and Nick? When will you hear that whether those learning outside of classroom fee or grants will be supported or not supported? When do you expect to hear from government on that? And have you got a plan B?
I think we won't know that the program's even available until next year. We'll certainly be applying, as you would anticipate. We as a board are starting to try to build up some funds if there is a need to fund that activity from elsewhere. We've had some good support from NBS on some of our educational programs, and that's been good. But we are going to have to go back to the community if we do not get that funding, or we're going to have to curtail the work, and we don't want to do that. That's a really important part of our.
I feel in supportive of Councillor Courtney's questions. I feel very strongly about the continuance of those programs for children, both with respect to the museum and the Suter. I was the Minister of Education that established the program in the late 1990s. I think before, it's absolutely right that as chair you're pursuing other funding. We had the Minister of Arts and Culture in this very room yesterday with the Deputy Mayor, and both your own institution and the museum have an interest in this. Collectively as a council and institution, my view is that we need to be emphasising to government that we make a huge investment on behalf of ratepayers in both our museum and our art gallery, and for them to be contributing $78,000 for children to be able to access it as experiences outside of the classroom is not something we're going to give up without a fight. And so I think your strategic presentation and highlighting its importance, I think we need to be coordinating together between council and the two institutions of making plain to government how important those programs are. So good questions, Mel, but I think there's a follow-up piece that we need to do to ensure that those programs are continued beyond the end of December. We've had a little bit of pressure from the Prime Minister about us sticking to our knitting as councils. Education is a government responsibility, and before we go filling that hole, my view is that we need to be making the point both to the Minister of Education and the Minister of Arts and Culture that those programs are retained. Pete.
It's an interesting issue, and the Minister of Education has certainly made it very clear since the Prime Minister's comments that the arts curriculum isn't going to disappear in schools. So it's how that is rolled out is particularly interesting. Might I suggest that you consider ways of incorporating the maths curriculum through art at the Suter? I bet you are doing that. I'm not actually joking. I think it's extremely pertinent, and the same thing could apply to the museum. If there's going to be any rationalisation or justification, at least, that could be one that could be worth pursuing.
Good point. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Nick, and thanks for the presentation. Very interested in what you're saying about the spot prices for electricity going through the roof. And I know the major gentailer has been saying over the next 12 to 24 months, expect major increases in electricity prices at the same time as solar is decreasing. Has anyone in your organisation or the council done some simple calculations that where in time, whether it's today or a year away, 2 years away, it becomes really clear that to install solar is just going to be financially clearly a good option?
Well, Councillor, it's probably getting very close now. We've got some major problems installing solar. We've got a roof, most of our, or part of our roof, which is north facing, where solar panels would go, is a heritage issue. So there's, it's unlikely that we could put solar on that part of the building. The new part of the building has a special membrane roof as well. And if we drill into that or attach solar panels, we'll lose our guarantee for that. We've looked around to see whether there's any other opportunity to install panels. It's something that we, as a board, are keen to follow through on. But at this stage, we've got some physical practicalities that are really making it difficult for us. Short of sort of extending over the car park next door and talking nicely to the government on that, we've got a real, the site just doesn't allow us to do a lot.
A quick supplementary. I note that your HVAC system is aged. The refrigerants that you're using are substantial greenhouse gas emitters. Would there be significant electricity savings from efficiency of an upgrade of your HVAC system? And would that make good sense both from a financial point of view as well as the council's climate change objectives for us to bring forward a replacement of that system?
Mayor, certainly we need to do that in conjunction. It's quite complex. We can look at the parameters in which we use the HVAC system, and that might provide us with an opportunity to reduce our power use. So we're looking at that. We are looking at this stage, we're trying to limp along with the current system because we know that within 2 to 3 years, there will be new refrigerants which will be a lot better than simply the ones that we could use now as well. Now, that will be a major upgrade, but if we can maintain the current system for at least a couple of years, our advisors tell us that we can then look at a different refrigerant, putting in new coolers, and that will make an additional plant. That should reduce the I guess, the exposure to greenhouse gas problems, but also the cost of or the use of electricity, and hopefully that will reduce the cost. If we could do that in conjunction with some sort of solar, that would make a huge difference. But there's 3 or 4 moving parts there,
Does
which
sound
we're working
complex. Encouraged by how well informed you are, I think you can take both from Councillor Stallard's question and my own a real interest in both the climate change benefits of moving to new technology, as well as in terms of the ongoing cost of your energy. So you know that you've got a willing partner with council to help that upgrade, wanting to do it well, and if it has to wait 2 years before we get the very best technology and you can nurse the system through to then, that all sounds very sensible. Councillor Stallard?
Yeah, just wondering a quick comment from staff. Plan change 29. Is that going to make it easier or more difficult for a heritage listed building to get solar panels? Is it resource consent? Is it just not possible?
Any wisdom, Mandy?
Through the chair, there already is some exemptions for solar panels on roofs, but yeah, I think Plan Change 29 further enables that.
Perhaps we have a further online discussion, Councillor Stallard. I'd be very keen for you to do a piece of work about how we can make an upgrade, because it seems there is an opportunity and a timeline that we want to make some progress with our Suter partners on that facility, and to what the right answer is. And it is quite a lot of technical detail, both in the planning issues that you have raised, the heritage issues, as well as the quite specialist airtight conditioning system that we need for the art collection. The last point I wanted to make was that Council is also looking at bringing forward the upgrade of the stormwater system in the LTP, and the Storm Recovery Task Force is doing work on that as well. They would be 2 quite significant things that would be very good to achieve, both the upgrade that Councillor Stallard has raised, as well as improving the stormwater system, and they are priorities for the Council. Any other questions? I'm sorry, Councillor Rollo, and then we'll have our youth Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and thank you, Julie and Steve. I was just interested to know, and I remember from earlier in the year when you noted about the loss of the contract, we'll leave there with the movie theatre. Do you see that as a risk moving forward, or is there a lot of potential there on what you can utilise with that key asset that you have?
The Councillor, we've done quite a bit of work in trying to establish new users, and recently we just had the top of the South Film Festival, for instance. That's one occasion. We've also proceeded to with an application. In fact, we've just been granted a liquor license on our own account, which we didn't have before. So that gives us a bit more flexibility as to how we can use that space, and the foyer as well, for that matter. So we're looking at these sort of opportunities. We've got a couple of our staff members working and looking at trying to attract and provide a good facility for new users. And I think it's been, we haven't made we've made some progress, and I think there's more to come. And I feel quite optimistic that we'll be able to sort of fill that void that we lost with the state moving back to its own premises.
Thank you. Youth Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I just had a question. In your key challenges, one of the costs was cleaning. I was just wondering if that was personnel, or how that cost was a key challenge. Was it hours? Was it the supply? Yeah.
Well, firms have also adopted living wage as appropriate, and so of course cleaning costs, which the main component is labour, have increased, and we don't want to cut back on the quality of cleaning, because we're a public facility and it's really important that it's kept shipshape, as it were.
Can I ask?
You can ask a further supplementary.
Thank you. Would you be open to volunteers for cleaning the Suter Art Gallery, or is that just something that's logistically you don't think would happen?
We do deploy volunteers. I probably wouldn't expect volunteers to do cleaning. But they certainly help us with lots of other things, like making the public welcome, introducing the public to Nelson Inc., if you like, helping us behind the scenes with curatorial tasks and so on. And I think that generally spins volunteers' wheels a lot more than cleaning. Cleaning might.
The next generation are hardy, Julie.
Clearly.
Is there any further question, Councillor Turner? Youth Councillor Turner?
Thank you. I just had I was at a hill yesterday, and there were some volunteers really keen to get anywhere in the community. So if you did need some help with cleaning, you could get in contact with them. But otherwise, yeah, hope you can find a way to sort it.
Love to take up our youth councillors' enthusiasm with respect to the clean-up week that starts on Saturday. And I also note the Suter's involvement in that program, and we really welcome you championing that. The other point I want to make is it is a real tribute to the diplomacy and work of you both in being able to both get some of your precious artworks into places like Murchison and Golden Bay and Motueka, and to have secured the Tasman District Councillors under all the same financial pressures as us. I do want to acknowledge our thanks as the Nelson City Council to Tasman for increasing their funding and providing that CPI adjustment, but also your work in getting some of the Suter artworks out. We certainly at this council see the Suter as a regional and not just the Nelson City facility. If there are no further comments, then I don't think there is any formal motion that's required with respect to the receipt of the strategic presentation. So again, thank you both, and again want to reinforce and look forward to that occasion when we acknowledge that incredible level of service, Julie, that you've given to our institution.
Thank you, Mayor Smith. Can I just mention that we have our annual meeting on the 31st of October, and it would be great to see as many councillors there as possible. We obviously will be presenting our full financials and to the public generally, but also just to catch up, and particularly because, again, it'll be Julie's last occasion at that meeting.
Thanks for that invitation. I know there are many councillors that are big fans of Suter, and we're making an effort to join you for that AGM and occasion. So again, thank you for your work, and thank you again for your concise presentation today. The next item on the agenda is my Mayor's report, of which there are three relatively straightforward resolutions. My Mayor's report does have quite a strong focus on engagement with central government, and just want to make a few comments about those 5 items. Firstly, can I acknowledge Councillor Sanson in respect of the place-based partnership proposal with HUD. There was task force discussion around this issue. There is no simple answer to the housing question. What is being explored with government and with the HUD, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is establishing in Nelson, Tasman, a working group that would involve all of the agencies that's involved in housing, and myself, and I think it is shared by the chair of the task force. I think there would be some benefits in having that, given the scale of challenges that we have. The task force is doing some useful work, and I acknowledge the input of Councillor Madison around the very high vulnerability area. The further point that I'd update is that I've attached to my Mayor's report my letter to the board of Kāinga Ora around the very significant developments at Examiner Street and also in Hardy Street. I met yesterday morning with the Chief Executive of Kāinga Ora and reinforced the view in that letter that this council would see it as a breach of the Memorandum of Understanding that the previous council reached with KO in the selling of the pensioner cottage on the basis that they would redevelopment those sites. I note that the KO has demolished the existing pensioner cottages on Examiner Street, and I will be very disappointed if the development on that site does not progress. In respect of the housing place-based partnership that is noted in my report and the seeking of an officer's report, one of the most important reasons why I think we should consider it is because this council's resources are around housing very limited. We are only a niche player, and that where I would see benefit in a place-based partnership is in respect of getting that engagement with key agencies like HUD and KO to ensure that central government meets its responsibilities around housing in the area. There is always going to be some concern, and I had some discussion with Mayor Tim King, that we don't need another talk shop. And that's where I would like the chief executive and officers to satisfy themselves that if we do go down this road, that the resources that are required to support such a place-based approach are going to be matched by adding value. So we're signalling here, yes, we would like it explored and for officers to come back to a report. I secondly note in the report that I've been invited as the local government representative to serve on this revenue stakeholder group. My view is this is a very important area. Much of the transport issues in our community rest on the capacity to access funding. I don't think anybody seriously believes that the current excise tax is the most effective way of funding significant roading investment. Local government has a huge interest in it, and my contribution to that reference group will be trying to ensure that we reform the revenue systems around transport to enable us to be able to address the infrastructure deficit in that space. The third item with respect to government that I note is the announcement of the $3.44 million. I want to acknowledge Councillor Rollo in his work on that Te Huna cleanup. I also want to say to Andrew White and the team working in the council team, I have dealt with over a dozen contaminated sites in my career as elected representative. None have been managed as efficiently and effectively as that difficult problem at Te Huna, and the staff has done an astounding job. At the July council meeting, can I acknowledge councillors, you took a bit of a punt when you said we're going to proceed and just get on with the job at Te Huna without having locked down the government support on the basis of verbal assurances that I'd had from the minister. And can I thank councillors for having that confidence, because it's going to enable us to be able to get that job effectively sorted in November and before summer. I do make notes about the substantive reform proposals around building consenting. This is a very big issue. It affects nearly 30 staff, I think, within the building regulation area. It's just flagging its significance. I do think, with respect to our chief executive, with some of the changes that you are proposing around the way in which the organisation is internally managed, that where this reform goes has some quite big implications, and I'm just flagging at an early stage. This is a really complicated area, and one of the things I was pleased from the government's perspective is that they are acknowledging that with council facing an unfair share of the risk when building projects goes wrong, provides poor incentives, and it's good that the government is acknowledging that the system of joint and several liability is a real problem for councils. The one piece where I would worry, and I've noted it, is that there is a little bit of mixed signals from the government, and then you've got the International Accreditation Organisation putting incredibly tough rules on our council staff and their systems for processing consents, and telling them to be even more pedantic at the same time as the message from government and the building sector is that they're wanting us to be more flexible and responsive to the needs of the building industry. And so I've noted in my report that issue. The last central government issue that I've noted is the government's intention to develop a national infrastructure plan by next year. I think that is a good thing. and that we want our council staff engaged with government. One of our most important roles as council is providing infrastructure, and getting better coordination between central and local government is a good thing. My report also notes my sister city visit to China, where I earlier flagged that I was very conscious of the pressure under ratepayers and the notions of mayors doing international travel at such tough times, and so have taken the decision to meet 2/3 of the cost myself personally for that sister city visit. And then the only other item in my report is with respect to those two resolutions and the bringing forward of that funding. When we did the long-term plan, we didn't have the exact idea of the timetable. We set aside $5,000 every third year, and so simply to enable that 1/3 of my costs of travelling to our two sister cities is bringing that funding forward. Happy to take any questions on the Mayor's report, and I'll start with Councillor Courtney and then go to Councillor Skinner.
Thank you, Nick. So there's an interesting report. I'm wanting more clarity about 1.2 in your report that notes my appointment, this is yourself, to the Transport Revenue Stakeholders Reference Group. Now, that sparked my attention, and even the remarks that you made when you got to 1.2 there about needing to look at alternative methods of funding transport. And I'm wanting to know, is there a terms of reference for the group? Can you give us more information about it? Because where my mind is going is to the Hope bypass and the possibility of tolls and that type of thing. So I really, as soon as I saw the word revenue, I wanted some more details. Can you give us that?
Yes, absolutely. My recommendation would be to read the government's National Land Transport Fund Revenue Action Plan. Effectively, what the stakeholder reference group has been charged with doing is that the excise tax of so many cents per litre, and I can't give you the exact number, Councillor Courtney, has been around for over 50 years. The government made and that system is becoming increasingly clumsy and outdated with the development of new motor vehicle technology. You will have noted this year that electric car owners like myself and yourself have had to pay road user charges. Where the system is a nightmare is that there is an increasing number of hybrid vehicles. And if you get into the detail of trying to fund roads where you've got part electric and part petrol funding, it's even a bigger nightmare. The government has signalled its intention to move away from the excise tax and for all vehicles to move to a road user charge system. There is also the development internationally of quite low cost technology for more sophisticated means of road user charges for both heavy vehicles and others. So that information that's in that revenue action plan that's been published by the Ministry of Transport, including the terms of reference for the stakeholder reference group, would give you the extra information about the work. The only thing I have to acknowledge is that with any of these reference groups, I am bound by confidentiality and that in terms of answering questions about the meetings that we've had to date and going forward, any announcements on decisions will come through the Minister. Understandably, final decisions rest with Cabinet. My task is to make sure that the local government voice is heard in the process of that revenue reform. We're talking about, and I'll be honest here, for our Nelson Tasman region, this is a revenue of $100 million a year. What happens with it matters an enormous amount to this community, thus my strong interest in getting a good outcome for provincial centres like Nelson. Councillor Skinner had a question.
Yeah, I was just kind of happy to move your letter, but I also just totally support your letter to Kaingora there. That's something that this council was pretty passionate about, and you imagine I was pretty passionate about, and was very disappointed to see Examiner Street looking to be removed, especially after the stress they put the neighbourhood through with the multi-storey potential, but even greater that we as a council sold that land for quite a bit below its private value, but with that understanding, as you quite rightly put, that would create more housing. And that was a big reason for many, I believe, around the table to go ahead with that, was because we housed 212 people in those pension flats around Nelson, and what's been housed right across Nelson, those pension flats, is well below that. And they gave a very strong reassurance, because I pushed them on that, and I pushed them since, that we had expected some sort of move on that. So I thank you once again for that letter, and I'll wait upon their response.
Thank you. And it's good for the councillors that were part of those decisions to reinforce that we sold those 142 pensioner cottages at a discounted value on the basis that they would be redeveloped.
Yeah.
My meeting with the new chief executive yesterday was quite positive. He has assured me that he will have a decision as to whether Examiner Street will be included in the updated program of capital works this year, and he indicated that we hope to have a decision by November. He is new. He had only been in the role 2 or 3 weeks, and so it was really good for me to be able to reinforce it. I need to be open with council that the MOU made explicit that there was a clear understanding those sites would be redeveloped, but I caveat that with that it is an MOU and not legally enforceable.
It was very much part of their sales pitch when we went out to decide what we were going to do. We had Habitat Humanity, Tasman Housing Organisation, all very keen on those, and it was something we took a lot of time and energies, and like you said, we discounted it, and even they held us over another $500,000 in regards to that area, that particular housing, for re-roofing it, those buildings. So not only was it $24 million capital, we sold for 14, went down to about 12. So I'm pretty passionate about that, and the previous council would be pretty passionate about that as well.
The language I used with the chief executive is when he noted it was not legally binding, I said, yes, I acknowledge that, but this council would view it as a breach of good faith between central and local government if they did not do what they said they would do. Councillor Brandt.
Yeah, just to clarify, the MOU, we knew it was not legally binding, but we put it there deliberately to show that that was the intent, and to try and have some kind of discussion to ensure, regardless of who was government of the day, that that intent didn't get misunderstood or taken for granted.
Councillor Sanson, then Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I just wanted to make a comment about the place-based partnership. I'm wondering if you'd like me to do that now or wait till debate. I'm happy to do either.
More than happy. I'd like to keep it as informal as possible if you're happy with that. So more than happy to have some commentary and be entirely appropriate as the chair.
And just also, I think it's probably important for the record to note that the Kāngora, the sale of the pensioner flats to Kāngora was at market value. It wasn't discounted. I think it was about 19,000. So we ended up with 12,000 in the housing reserve, but it was market value. So yeah, I just want to say thanks, Mayor Nick, for including the place-based partnership in your Mayor's report, and also acknowledge the work of staff, Lisa Ghibellini, the Strategic Housing Advisor, and Steve Stiles, the Community Partnerships Advisor. We know from Nelson Tasman Housing Trust's 6-monthly survey that we have around 1,500 families in our region, Nelson and Tasman, who are experiencing extreme housing insecurity. And when staff and housing task force members have looked around the country for how other regions have addressed these kinds of challenges, one of the key indicators for success in the regions that had deployed quite successful outcomes were the place-based partnerships. And I think, you know, this is where iwi, community housing providers, local government agencies and central government agencies establish a forum for developing strategic approaches to addressing the housing challenge. I think conversations about the possibility of a place-based partnership have been ongoing in Nelson and Tasman for a number of years, and they have been supported by all 8 iwi, by the community housing providers, by the central government agency. So it's really good that Nelson and Tasman councils are now going to be looking at this, and I'm really look forward to a report coming back and hopefully a really simple way forwards that's not resource intensive. So thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson, and thanks for your advocacy and continued work. There's been, and it was wonderful on Monday night with you to acknowledge Nelson Tasman Housing Trust and its 20 years, and your work on that task force has been part of their success. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and I was just going to start by acknowledging the funding there for the contaminated site at Tahunanui, and also add the thanks to the staff who have managed to allow every concessionaire at Tahunanui Reserve to continue operation throughout the work by relocating them if need be. Certainly it's been, despite some bad weather, all the concessionaires are happy or seem to be happy and are getting well looked after by the residents. So thanks for that. I was just wondering on item 2 there on the vote, if we should look at including iwi in the engagement. I know on page 45, 3.4, it speaks about iwi being involved, but I wonder if when we're doing the engagement right from the get-go, we should really utilise the iwi and the partnership we have with them, and whether you would consider just adding the words Tasman District Council and iwi on the establishment of that. I think with the partnership we have with our neighbouring council and iwi, I see that's a key thing we should be doing. So if you're willing to consider that.
More than happy to. Tim had moved, Councillor Skinner had moved it. I think it's a constructive suggestion. It's implicit, but better to make it explicit. Is the mover quite happy to include that in the recommendations that you had moved?
Yeah, happy. I thought that would have been implicit in regards to our day-to-day life.
So let's just add the words: a request officer engage with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, Tasman District Council, make it a comma after Ministry, Tasman District Council and iwi. And so effectively in the development of the place-based initiative, the intention is to engage with them. We can go a bit further because in my view, some of the other key partners involve Housing First, Nelson Tasman Housing Trust, Habitat for Humanity and others. But I think the point that you make is that we have that partnership, and to acknowledge them and get them early engaged would be a good thing to include in the recommendation.
If we could always put in there in community, iwi and community, if we're engaging with the community at great.
So let's just roll back and put a comma after Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, and let's take on board Councillor Skinner's suggestion as well.
May I make a suggestion?
Yeah, sure.
That it maybe just says iwi and stakeholders, which would imply all the community housing providers.
Yeah, I think that's a good suggestion.
Even I have thought that for Nelson Tasman, for example, NRDA could be a relevant participant in this because of the really important issue that housing is in terms of business and economic expansion. So but I think the community housing providers and iwi are the key stakeholders. So
I like the term stakeholders. I think that's broad enough. I think we've got that tidy. Everybody is comfortable with that suggestion? Do you have any further point you want to make, Councillor Rowland?
No, I've always got points to add, but I'm comfortable with that. And if you haven't got a seconder, I'm happy to second.
I'm going to take the Mayor's report's been moved by Councillor Skinner and seconded by Councillor Rollo. Councillor Sanson?
I think it was iwi and stakeholders, but the stakeholders disappeared. Oh, sorry, it's up there. Okay, thanks. Yeah,
Doing on the run. I'm just going to leave our staff
they're
just
doing a beautiful
to moderate
job.
The key thing is we want iwi and stakeholders in the list. Are there any further questions on the Mayor's report? Councillor Pakipaki.
Kia ora, Mr. Mayor. It's quite interesting. I just wanted to get a little bit of your insight just in terms of the Tahunanui, the outcome that we've got. We have quite often we get faced with a lot of these circumstances about how, do we go ahead with or without the support? But as a former minister, does the commitment when local government go ahead like we've done, you mentioned rolling the dice, is that a little bit less or more calculated than what you probably imply? Because when community sort of takes ownership of it, does that have a ripple effect in terms of the government response and an obligation to then, all right, they're going that extra mile. They're going to try and do it without us now, where we should help them out.
A difficult question. My view is the council in July, when it instructed staff to proceed with the development without a lawful contract and commitment from government, there was some risk, particularly given the level of fiscal pressure with the government having a $13 billion deficit and us seeing on so many areas where they're under pressure. Council did take a punt, and I wanted to be honest at the time when council made that decision to go ahead. I think this council is going to face, and we've got similar issues with respect to the bus facility at Miller's Acre. All the time we're trying to get things done. Sometimes you do well and get government support, sometimes you don't. It does impact on our decision to go ahead with things. So, for instance, in my view, I was pleasantly surprised by the $1.6 million support that was secured for the Tahunanui Surf Club facility from government. My view collectively for council is that if you want to take a zero risk approach, we'll never get anything done. And so, but equally, we need to be open with our ratepayers, and that is sometimes we are doing things and there is an element of risk that we will not get government support. The thing that was hugely encouraging for me was that the Minister for the Environment said, look, there's a whole lot of formal process I need to get done, but your logic as a council in getting on with this makes such good sense. If you get on with it, I'm not going to penalise you in the consideration of the grant. And it's been hugely positive for my relationship with central government that in this particular case, a minister's guidance has proved reliable and will land in a really good place. Good outcome for the government.
Can I probably suggest then, like just in that example, it won't apply to everything, that because we had quite a practical argument or our rationale for making that decision, it had to be done, then really all the weight landed towards the practicality from central government rather than just simply making a political decision.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as a political decision.
No. I'm saying that there are sometimes that when money is given that it is purely political, but we made the argument that there was something here that was very much done. Instead of just simply saying that they're trying to earn political points, the rationale was justified because of it had to be done. So then following that advice, we made that decision independent of a commitment, which I think is a really good learning exercise, just to have a look at that.
I think all the points that you make are valid, and that it was a learning experience for us as a council, and that was actually you can get stuck in and get stuff done off the basis of some oral assurances. We didn't know exactly what amount of money we've got. I'd indicated to council from the minister that she was assuring me of at least 50%. The 75% that came through, in my view, was a bonus for us. And I genuinely say, and look, we haven't physically finished the job successfully. The way in which everybody has played their part in getting that Tahunanui problem cleaned up, in my view, has been good, and it'll be good to get it done. Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you through the Mayor. I'd like to support Councillor Sanson's comments around place-based partnerships. It's great this is happening, and just travelling around Hastings, Hamilton and Tauranga, it's working well for them. And also I'd like to acknowledge Andrew White and the team. I think it's great work, expecting 50%, getting 75 and coming under budget. So that's a lot to do with staff, and I'm glad that you wrote that and you add that into your dialogue there. It's great work from the team.
The comment that I would like our Chief Executive to pick up from Councillor Anderson's comment was there are other councils that have these place-based housing initiatives. In you and your team, Nigel, making the team about whether it's worthwhile, I'd be really keen for them to engage with, I think you said Tauranga, and others that have them to help advise us as to yes, they're worthwhile or not. If there's no further comments or questions on the Mayor's report, it's been moved by Councillor Skinner, it's been seconded by Councillor Campbell. We've got the amendment included in it. If there's no further debate, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. Those three resolutions are carried, as is our practice. I'll take a 5-minute break until 10:26. When we return, we'll have the Economic Development Agency. Council adjourned. Sarah Jane, as the chair of the Regional Development Agency, acknowledge Fiona and Nikki, and look forward to you introducing your annual report, Council.
Tēnā tātou katoa. So I'm Sarah Jane Ware with Fiona and Tony Power, our CFO, and it's my pleasure to formally present our 2023-24 annual report and to thank you guys, Council, as our shareholder for your support for regional development. So the year continued to present challenges for our regional economy and for businesses, and it is in such economic times that support is most required. And a thank you to those of you able to attend our AGM a couple of weeks ago. So in recap, our 2023-24 programme maintained delivery focus on attracting resources to the region, strengthening and profiling our key sectors, supporting businesses in investment capability and connections, building back our tourism sector, and profiling our region as a place to invest, work and visit. Ongoing collaboration, partnership and leverage is key to what we do. So an example is the Mahitahi Collab partnership with NMIT and the Chamber, through which we support innovation programs. Another example is the Kokiri Forum, which we convene connecting local government, Chamber of Commerce, iwi, regionally based public agencies, NMIT and Multicultural Nelson Tasman on regional development. During the year, we continued to present and advocate to government on regional investment priorities, including through the briefing for ministers and with regular meetings with central government. Such strategies allow us to present a consistent regional voice to progress investments that strengthen our economy here. Funded and committed projects such as Moana Nui and Port Tarakoi were priorities in the 2023 regional briefing. And in the updated 2024 briefing, we developed the Marina Master Plan as presented as an agreed regional priority. You've heard us talk about blue economy before. To remind you, it's a sector of major opportunity for the region, and we've continued to support the blue economy cluster, Moana Nui, which now has 34 partner businesses. Together with Moana Nui, we profiled the blue economy as an opportunity for investment, delivered the Blue Economy Innovation Summit in April, and supported the industry delegation to Tasmania. Direct outcomes attributed to Moana Nui are listed in their 2024 impact report, but that includes the establishment of the aquaculture AI enterprise Seaweave. So the work in cluster development was nationally recognised, with NRDA being awarded the 2023 EDANS National Award for Cluster Development. So visitor economy, we maintained focus on strengthening our visitor economy, on improving visitor experience, encouraging more visitors, improving seasonal spend, longer stay and greater spend. So a few examples for you. We grew our destination partner program from 0 after COVID to 53 businesses who contribute a total of $100,000. Hosting over 140 tourism and hospitality business staff through our new Nelson Tasman Ambassador program. This aims to build collective knowledge and manaakitanga across our region. We distributed over 30,000 copies of our official Nelson Tasman Visitor Guide. We resumed marketing to international markets and successfully secured over $4 million worth of international media exposure. And we delivered major spring and autumn domestic marketing campaigns, which reached over 2.8 million people and generated over 3,500 referrals. Events remain important to stimulate visitors to the region through the NCC events funding and the Government Regional Events Fund, which we manage. We supported a vibrant range of events, which combined returned $40 for every $1 invested, generating over $17 million into the economy. Beyond the funding, our team supports event organisers event promotion, and is active in bidding to attract business events and conferences to the region through our Conference Bureau function, which is refunded. Mountain biking is another highlight, not just those councillors who whip around the tracks, but hosting world-class events here brings significant domestic and international profile, as well as direct visitor impact. Our research identifies it as the potential to add a further $18 million per annum to the region in economic value. NZMTB Rally is a prime example. The international profiling has been significant and continues. For example, we have just learnt that the film of the event is to be premiered at the 2024 Banff Canada International Film Festival. We've recognised food and beverage as a sector of opportunity to create regional growth, and we established a new food and beverage partnership program. This aims to connect and profile businesses and to bring new programs to Nelson Tasman to build the capability, innovation and access to markets of those who operate here. And this continues into 2024-25. To support our programs, we needed to replace our old end-of-life website, and our new website went live in July. As we continue to build content, the website also gives life to our refreshed regional destination branding for Nelson Tasman, which we're rolling out with regional businesses and partners. At the SME level, we focus on strengthening business capability as key to economic resilience. Through the Regional Business Partner Program, NRDA directly supported the capability and performance of over 330 businesses to innovate and grow. Last year, the team directly facilitated over $4.1 million of funding into businesses here, 96% of which was into R&D innovation funding. And this achieved a Net Promoter Score for the program of 93%. On skills, so our work to support the region's future skills pipeline is delivered through 2 government-funded programs. It was our 3rd year of delivering the government-funded Education to Employment program. So that drives industry school connections to inspire careers here, connecting 900 high school students with 120 Nelson Tasman businesses. We also secure government funding to commence a new critical skills workstream through to 2026. This is focused on supporting a local skill base to capture high-value jobs from major infrastructure and construction developments in the coming years, such as the hospital rebuild. So you'll see on the screen now our highlights slide. This slide is the summary of some of the year's events highlights from our annual review, and which is now on our website. You'll see that the core funding from local government enabled us to leverage over $5.2 million of investment into the region. So that's $2.6 for every $1 of shareholder investment. And I'm moreover pleased to report that we achieved 34 of the 35 key performance measures, delivered a positive budget and a clean audit. And I want to acknowledge Tony Power, our CFO, for her work in that. So to our partners, thank you again for your support. And your report also acknowledges and thanks your NCC's funding partner, Tasman District Council, Te Iwi o Te Tauihu, and all our partners in the public and private sector for their collaboration and support. I want to take a minute and acknowledge something sad. Our former board member, Al Dunn, died earlier this year. And we remember him with great fondness and think of his family. Also, I want to acknowledge Bridget Geeson, our former board member who retired in January. But most particularly, I want to acknowledge and thank my fellow board members and also the committed team at NRDA, both here at the table, in the back here, and at the office watching online. They work incredibly hard, and we are very lucky to have them for their work to our region in the past year. And now I'm going to hand over to Fiona, who's going to give you a small snapshot of what we are undertaking this year.
Kia ora, thank you very much. I will be quick because I know this is the focus on the annual review of the year that has been, and we're probably almost out of time. I just wanted to mention that we've hit Q1 with gusto, and we have a full program in place. A few highlights to mention: we were very pleased to be part of the Mayor's collaboration with Marlborough and Nelson and Tasman with the 8 iwi of Te Tauihu, the 3 councils, the 2 EDAs and 2 chambers to support the position for NMIT as an independent entity under the current reforms, recognising the importance of this for our regional economy. We have underway a pre-feasibility for an innovation hub and what that should look like for the region, working with business on that. We continue to support and track regional investment priorities. In our RBP programme, we've already facilitated over 490,000 directly into business, working with about, I have to take my public glasses on, 54 companies for that one. In the visitor sector, the spring campaign, so already tracking to make direct connections to about 4,000 partner referrals from the website. The target was 2,500, so it's a very strong campaign. And I sent out to councillors a snip of some of the current media. The good news is that our accommodation providers are reporting a very full Labour weekend, in part because of some of the events that are on. There's Big Dance Championships, which is funded through your events fund. Don't underestimate how much difference that events fund makes in terms of stimulating people in the city. Hugely important. Domestic continues to be important at about 72% of visitors. International visitors spend more. So the 58 partners in the visitor partner program who are now contributing 140,000 this year. We've gone up 40% since last year. Particularly also want to keep us focused on international visitors. That's a market that they can't target themselves. They don't have the connections and they can't do it individually. So the team works hard hosting international tour operators and working with the likes of Tourism New Zealand or Air New Zealand to get that profile on the region. There's a lot happening in the event space, and really good events program coming up in the next quarter. Looking forward again, as Jay said, to mountain biking next year. In food and beverage, really looking forward to some quite exciting rollout and profiling of the food and beverage sector at the Christchurch Food Show, taking over the airport at the end of January, February. That's just a snapshot. We are looking at a cruise plan I've mentioned up there in partnership with Port Nelson to look at our sweet spot for cruise, how many we might attract, how we attract more and the which ones, and how we leverage more from them when they're here. Working with Nikki's team, we've been and the Cultural Council looking at the accommodation capacity for Te Matatini, which is underway. So, and really congratulate Council for supporting that. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, and I know colleagues will as well. Can I just ask a question on the very last question? A comment you made, Fiona, about Nelson's hotel accommodation and its capacity with respect to Martina. I've been trying to persuade LGNZ to have their 2025 conference in Nelson. It was previously planned for Christchurch. Christchurch has chosen to resign, and so as an alternative South Island destination. A concern LGNZ has raised with me is about our accommodation capacity. You've noted it with respect to the major Kapahaka 2017. How often is, in terms of events, this issue of our city's accommodation capacity being raised, and how significant does the Economic Development Agency view it?
So I'm going to half answer it myself and half pass to Craig, who is a visitor destination manager. So we have a team member actually funded through REF who works with business and conferences and events to attract them, to help them with their accommodation provision. We can certainly accommodate the LGNZ in 2025, so encourage them to come here. But it is raised, and so I will pass to Craig to comment on that.
Kia ora. Yeah, business events, where our sweet spot's probably about 300 to 350 delegates. Obviously, we'd love more. Having a dedicated conference centre in Nelson City would be a bonus to be able to attract that sort of 500 to 1,000 business event delegates. Business event delegates spend a lot of money while they're in the city, so I definitely welcome further conversation around how we can increase the number of business delegates to the region. Yeah.
And just my second quick sub was, I noted in your annual report that you've been able to lift from last year tourism contribution memberships from about 66 grand up to effectively 100 grand. Can you just tell me, pre-COVID, what sort of number was that? Council's keen to invest in the Economic Development Agent's programs for tourism promotion, but we're also very keen to secure partnering funding from the actual industry. You've got it from effectively 66 to 100. what was it pre-COVID, and what would be your goal this year in terms of tourism industry funding to the RDA?
Craig can kick me if I get this wrong, but pre-COVID it was approximately 150,000. We paused it completely during COVID because it wasn't a good time. Businesses weren't in position to contribute. Up to 66, as you said, the previous year. Last year, 100. The target was about 125 this year, and we've exceeded that 140. I think we're just about there to squeeze any more out. 150 would be great to get to 150. I think that's the target for next year, isn't it?
That's right.
It's we've got 9 gold partners now, which is it's really tremendous. We would have we have different categories of partnership, and for example, about 30 out of the 58 in the international category. More would do it if they could afford to. So I think we're just about there, not far off in terms of what we might expect to get from the businesses.
Thank you. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, through the chair. I have got a question, but first of all, just Fiona and your team and SJ and your board, thank you, because that was a really, kind of an impressive presentation of what you've delivered in the last year. And I know that it's comparatively low budget compared to other regional development agencies. So I just want to really acknowledge that. It's great to see mountain biking and the possibility of it being able to deliver an additional 80 million per annum. But what I'm really interested in is how the ambassadors program going, because I know that's been kind of contentious. Not having ambassadors, obviously, but how we deal with the eyesight. And I'd just really love to know, anecdotally, how it's going.
Yeah, fantastic. Thanks. We've actually got strong demand amongst the tourism community to run another one. So we're going to do another one on the 7th of November to capture the influx of summer staff in the region. So make sure they're armed with great local knowledge. So the idea is that they can cross-sell and upsell other tourism products and experiences to visitors, and increase visitor spend and length of stay. And anecdotal evidence was someone working at a local cafe come out of the local ambassador program, felt more confident to talk to visitors. And they spent a little bit more money, spent $100 at a local cafe, and the cafe workers suggested that they go mountain biking. So they loved that suggestion, and they gave a 5-star Google review to that cafe. So I'm just trying to, uplift the level of service amongst our frontline staff. It's all really, really good. But with an increase in international visitors, they have high demand for visitor service, and the Americans in particular. Visitor spend from the US is about 33% of our international spend. So they make up a large portion of our visitors. So strong demand for more ambassador workshops.
And so there's been about, 140 people have been through the ambassador workshop, and it's amazing. So we've got 140 kind of advocates, really, that we didn't have before this program.
Yeah, that's right. And we've added on to that. We've been able to get some FML opportunities from local tourism operators. So our frontline staff can actually go out and experience what's in the region themselves. So we know that if someone does something themselves, they're more likely to recommend it to other visitors. So we've got 12 deals from our tourism partners, and I could actually see that being a springboard for locals deals, for locals to actually go out and experience some of our local offerings. And we could particularly use that during our shoulder season periods to get some of that visitor spend more and throughout the region. So it's building nicely. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Skinner.
Thank you. Just before the question, hey, thank you for your AGM the other day. I enjoy those, and Brad Olsen got it right again with the 50 points of the OCR.
He went 25 at the end on the radio, but he got it. He just missed it.
Sorry?
He changed to 25 the day before yesterday, so he didn't quite get it right.
And he should have stuck to his prediction on the AGM, because he said 25 and then another 25. And I said, thank you, for the last 3 years I've been fixing my house mortgage on your crystal ball gazing, and he's got it right again. But I appreciate the broad stuff you cover, and those meetings, and these are great for us to get understanding of the broad aspect of leverages for our economy and where we're performing well, not so performing well, and that meeting highlighted that. Just one aspect on a cover of many things you do, cruise ships. I know people often come to me about, why aren't we getting cruise ships, or when are they coming? And I don't think people appreciate the lead time, which you guys put in, a year, 2 years, 3 years ahead to get those bookings. To appease the public chatter, how's it looking for cruise ships coming up this summer, and how tough has it been in that area competing against the rest of the country?
Do a double act with Craig on this one. The reason that we're looking at doing the cruise plan with Port Nelson is Port Nelson have got capacity and appetite to grow the numbers of cruise ships coming in. So we had 8 last year, got approximately 7 on the books for next year. What we're looking at is actually the majority of those don't come direct to Nelson. They actually go Kaiteroteri and then come down. And it's actually only a few companies that come repeat times. And so what we don't support the cruise welcomes as best as we can. You know, we're a very small scale. The way we have been doing it at the moment doesn't scale up. The reason we're looking at the cruise plan is to look at what's our sweet spot in terms of what's the size of cruise and you know the high value. You know, we had one cruise ship that was just for tandem cyclists. That was the best day the Brook Sanctuary have seen for visitors. So we actually want to look at which of the best companies. We do need to work 2 to 3 years out to target those. We are hearing that across New Zealand the numbers are down, but with cruise that New Zealand's not the most appealing place for cruise at the moment due to costs. Yep. So we need to really work to get a share of that. So there's one thing is working 2 to 3 years out to attract them. Then it's which ones are the right ones and what's the right number for us. And then how do we leverage from them when they're here? So at the moment, the early stages of the plan we're looking at, we're here when they turn right out of the airport. Is significantly important to some of the operators. When they come into Nelson, bit more mixed. So we want to actually work with businesses. They might package things up in terms of things that the cruise passengers would do before they get to Nelson, actually make it a more of a marketable product for the cruise ships.
A quick supplementary to Craig of Councillor Skinner's question. To what degree is our facilities for cruise ships at the port compromising our capacity to attract cruise ships to Nelson? And if an off-the-cuff answer is not appropriate, happy for you to just think about it. We're a shareholder of the port company. It's an interesting dialogue. Part of our job is to connect the dots and make things work.
Yeah, probably withhold on that one, but happy to have a side conversation. I think a welcoming centre down at the port for cruise ship passengers as they get off the ships would be very valuable, so they can get that visitor information as soon as they get off the ships. They're armed, they're excited, they're ready to go. So when they get into the city, they know exactly what they're doing, rather than just getting into the city and sort of bumbling their way around. And so if we can enhance their visit experience closer to where they get off at the port, I think that would be very valuable. And look, I'm very keen to talk to tourism operators to get them together to look at commissionable products. Cruise ship companies take a large portion of any, about 30% commission. So we need our operators to get together and form commissionable products so we can really maximise some of that business spend while they're here in Nelson City. They love Nelson City. They comment to me they love the baskets along Trafalgar Street. They love the shopping. Yeah, Mel. So look, well done on that. They love our city, and I get many comments when I welcome them off the buses. It's a beautiful city.
A key theme of mine is, and came out of our summit, was better connecting our city with the sea. We're in a fortunate position where our actual CBD is very close to the port. That is a dialogue that we need to continue to work between the different agencies, including yourself, of which you are our best source of intel around what the opportunity is and how we can improve.
Can I just add to that? It would be, if councillors interested, when we get the cruise plan back, it would be really good to come and talk to councillors about it, because it's looking at that as well as the marketing aspects of cruise, as that will be part of that.
Councillor Courtney is leading our task force around that waterfront development area, and I'd be very keen for a conversation with Mel to understand some of those challenges that we're.
Thank you for raising that, because that was the next thing.
I'm sorry, Tim.
No, that's spot on, because that's led quite a segue in regards to an area that we've been working on a long time but haven't really got our teeth into, and there's so much to gain from it. But yeah, please bring Brad Olsen back again, the economist. Cheers.
Thanks. I'm going to come to Councillor Rollo, then I'd like to come to Councillor Stella.
Thanks, team. echo the comments. It's a very, very good presentation. Now, I just want to touch on the food and beverage promotional stuff you're doing there, and mainly because in the last couple of days it seems to be places in Wellington are getting beaten around in that, and I see that you've put the comment with a growing focus in 23-24 on that sector. Is that a focus of things haven't been going well and they need help, or is that more actually things are going very well and let's utilise it in our region?
It's the latter. I mean, obviously things have been difficult, but it's the latter particularly because it is a recognised strength for the region. You know, for the reasons we all know, we've got this huge range of food and beverage, and we've got such opportunity to profile it collectively, but also to particularly support those businesses. You know, culinary tourism has a real potential for us, and we're just on the edge of that. We are inviting down the Restaurants Association New Zealand down in November to talk about that particularly. So yes, it's because it's recognised in our regional profiling as a key strength, and I guess the team is just giving that a particular focus as a sector and growing that.
And just a quick sup on that, if I may, does that, the promotional stuff, obviously things don't always go to plan in that sector. You've just got to have a wet Nelson Monday, and it's probably easier for the business to close the door as it is to open. Does the work you're doing look at kind of encouraging that business to be open even if it's not going to be a great day, or is it very much looking at the days that are going to be very well and how we utilise those?
I guess it's a combination of all of that. It's really looking at them to work collaboratively in terms of the raising the profile of the whole sector and getting it out there outside of the region, using it as an avenue to attract people into the region. And it's a bit of a catch, you know, you get the customers coming in and the businesses are open, and yeah, it's a whole combination really, and giving then in the areas we're not working directly, for example, we make sure we've got export, we're taking those businesses to export support or new to trade support. So it's just getting a stronger emphasis and spotlight on that sector.
Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Thanks very much for being here today. And I'd like to echo Councillor Sanson's thank you to you and your compliments and your professionalism and the reports you bring to us and so on. And I do enjoy the area you work in because it is the intersection of human activity and economics and marketing and so on. It's fascinating. And hearing Brad speak at the AGM was great. I do have a question that's in a context of something that's very challenging for all of us. So in some degree, I wanted to hear your thoughts on that, but I hope it does start a discussion. And it is well established that human activity exceeds safe planetary boundaries. So at the moment, and there's 9 boundaries, climate's just one of them, there are others, we've exceeded 6 or 7 of them. And we need to bring activity back within safe boundaries. And these boundaries have been identified because they destroy our ability to have stability in what we do. And some are worse than that. We've already exceeded stratospheric ozone depletion through CFCs, and we've identified that and brought it back. If we didn't, there'd be no life on Earth within a few decades, no surface life. So they aren't all that dramatic as ozone, but we cannot stay exceeding them and not expect things to break down. Like that's the scientific consensus on that. So when I read the annual report and I see the purpose of NRDA is to accelerate economic growth in a fossil fuel-based economy, and that filters down through all kinds of activities like increasing international tourism visitors and so on, and that will always be an unsustainable enterprise. I do wonder, we have people in this organisation, this community worldwide, and we're pulling in opposite directions on some things. The great efforts we make to reduce emissions and to come back into a safe space, at the same time we're moving in the opposite direction. So I do want to hear your thoughts on where you see NRDA's role in this and your awareness of the issue, because it's really relevant. I'd like to hear your general thoughts, but if I can bring up a specific example, from a planetary boundaries perspective, there is absolutely no future in mass international tourism, whether it's aviation or cruise ships or other aspects. And I take that personal stance. I don't see a future in it. But more important than my views is that just from that scientific planetary boundaries perspective, there is no future for it. So your views on where you see NRDA's role in taking us either further exceeding the boundaries or turning it around and trying to bring us back within safe boundaries?
Oh, yeah. The biggie, isn't it? And I fully acknowledge that question and the challenges in it. And so the easiest answer really would be kind of a lightweight answer, and it would be that if that is what council wants us to explore fully, and I will be fully up for that, then that's what we need to have in our SOI, and that's what we need to target us to do. And I don't want to sound flippant in saying that to you at all, because I think for some of our businesses going forward, there are particular challenges, and international tourism and cruise ships are undoubtedly are challenging into the future. But they are businesses here now, and we're tasked with supporting them, and that's what we're jolly well. What a great team! It's really wonderful to be able to sit back and for you guys to hear their passion and influence in what we're achieving now. I think that what you're looking at it's a time frame issue, isn't it? In many ways, and so if that's what council would like us to focus on, we're fully up for the challenge, but we need that to be a collaborative discussion. Yeah. So I hope that's not kind of too flippant, but that is the nub of it. You give us money, we deliver to our SOI, we give heart and soul. Really, these guys give heart and soul to doing it. If you want that to be different, then absolutely, yeah, let's talk it.
I think it's a fair answer in the sense that the council gives you an SII that has a deliberate goal of growing tourism.
Yeah.
But with a lens over it to improve its sustainability. It's for us as governors to decide what that balance is of your instructions, and through the SIA to communicate what that balance is.
And we've
Fiona, did you share?
Yeah, I did actually. So, and all that, and in that wider context, but what I would say in that context, we work as an operational or we work within the context of the 10-year regeneration plan, which sits under Te Tauahu intergenerational strategy. Our purpose isn't stated with the fossil fuel. Our purpose is for the well-being of the people of Nelson Tasman. And in the way that we do the tourism, we know is the green heart of New Zealand. We know we have a very strong emphasis in our destination management planning on the sustainability, on people and place first. The tourists that we particularly are focusing on is the ones who care more, explore more of their environment. So, we have opportunities for tourists to give back to the environment in terms of whether it's tree planting, whether it's environmental initiatives like the Mayoral Pledge. So, at a constant basis, the approach taken to our tourism planning and product is very environmentally focused within, obviously, what you're saying is a much bigger context. And those are the types of visitors we are generally attracting as well.
Okay. Oh, did you have a further
Yeah, can I just say, look, thanks for your answer. It wasn't flippant at all. It was a really good answer. My question was put you on the spot and it was challenging. So apologies for that side of it. But the overall context of it, no apologies to raise it. And I hope it will be an ongoing discussion, whether that's through the SOE, SII, or just meetings to see how we can work forward together on this, because I think we can't ignore the issue, and if we work together more, we can have better outcomes, I think.
I think another avenue for the discussion, Councillor Stallard leads our climate change task force. It's developing a climate change strategy. I think it'd be good, Councillor Stallard, to have some engagement with the EDA as you develop that strategy, to ensure that you've got the input of the Economic Development Agency and how we move forward. And that would be a good forum for furthering that discussion.
I'm really keen that we upskill businesses generally here around climate risk and how to assess it, and how to build climate-based thinking into day-to-day operations. It's quite hard for small operators. I think if you're out there nationally, you hear the large businesses around New Zealand are better resourced and are able to spend a bit more time. I think it's really challenging for some small businesses. And I am keen philosophically and personally for that to happen, but it's not in our current mandate, and we don't currently have either funding or personnel to do it. So
Thank you. The last thing I'll just conclude, and thank you for both your presentation and your report, is we need to be very aware of just how tough the economic circumstances are there, whether it be our hospitality, our tourism or other businesses. We cannot ignore the fact that in the latest ASB survey for 3 quarters in a row, Nelson Tasman has been bottom. That's not a criticism of yourselves, it's just to re-emphasise the importance of your work and the challenge that we've got ahead in terms of supporting the economic recovery. As Councillor Skinner noted earlier, the drop in the OCR hopefully will move to a better year for the businesses that we're there to support for 25. Thank you for your work. I'm going to move from the chair the adoption of your annual report. Have a seconder from the Deputy Mayor. If there's no further discussion, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Carried. Thank you again for your work presentation this morning. We come to item 10 on the agenda, and I'd like the Infrastructure Manager, Alec Curtis, for. Alec, we welcome the paper. It is significant in bringing forward quite a large amount of expenditure in the Bridge to Better. One of the things that I treat very positively is with the engagement the council has been doing. One of the messages I'm getting from the community about Bridge to Better is we like it, get on with it, of which your paper is taking on board. I noted Councillor Stallard's question about capacity. I'm actually excited about the capacity that this paper proposing, increasing our ambition for getting things done, albeit the questions that Councillor Stallard raised were very relevant. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Look, this I was wondering.
Timing was perfect.
Look, this opportunity came in the middle of the night, and I thought it was worth pursuing. And I think Bridge to Better, as you know, is going to be a massive undertaking. But along with the work that's associated with Bridge to Better, there's going to be a lot of other work in the city. And the thought was, well, to minimise disruption, because we certainly don't want to close the city down all in one go, which would potentially happen, especially when we're working in Collingwood, Halifax Bridge, Haven, Rutherford. There's a lot of other work also taking place in Vincent Street, to name but one, the Purupuru Park car park outside of Countdown, as well as the Purupuru pump station, so the wastewater pump station upgrade. So we are well advanced in terms of the design, and we came up with this idea to minimise disruption, number one, and undertake the ring main works separately, which will allow us only to affect part of the city at one stage, and then will allow, when we finish that work, for the Bridge to Better to be less disruptive, notwithstanding that that is going to be disruptive on its own. But more importantly, we can realise the very strong market in terms of what we are getting in terms of contractors looking for work, potentially very strong prices. We are, I'm hearing from the contractors that they're looking for work. A couple of our tenders at the moment are getting 6, 7, 8, 9 contractors tendering for work. This, I believe, will work in our favour. So it's a very simple, request to bring parts of the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund forward, specifically to do with the water ring main on Halifax, Collingwood and Bridge, not the main Bridge to Better between Collingwood and Rutherford, for the reasons indicated in the report, and to break that up into two groups, 2 packages, so we can have 2 separate contractors working on it at the same time. All things being equal, the drawings are in circulation. We hope to go to tender within the month, with the view to starting February and March. It will also link nicely with the work that is proposed at Miller's Acre, should council consider that favourably, and to minimise that disruption. So I'll leave it there, Mayor Nick, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mine is the first question. The Bridge to Better project involves a $36 million contribution from central government through the AIF. As I understand the way it works, we only get the cash after the work is done. As a consequence of bringing this $4.3 million worth of work forward, does that mean we get the money in the bank from government earlier, i.e. because the work's being done earlier, we can get a contribution earlier? And actually, from a financial point of view, the more we can get of that $36 million earlier, the more it's worth, because every year inflation is eroding it away. So does bringing forward this $4.3 million of work mean that we get our hands on the government's cash a bit earlier?
We believe it will be. We're having those discussions with the IAF, and this also gives the Infrastructure Acceleration Fund confidence that we're actually committing to this project and getting started. So yes, we believe that will do.
Councillor Rainey.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I was in Thorndon Quay a few weeks ago in Wellington and noted the extensive road coinage going along there with their upgrade of facilities along there, and was interested to see of the three the companies that are closing their doors on Sunday because of how long this is taking to sort things out. My question to you, Alec, is, and it's kind of pointed, is what you're proposing today going to extend the disruption period, do you think, for businesses?
I think it's going to do the exact opposite. Rather than bring in the entire city, and I use that not flippantly, but you can imagine if we're going to be doing 6 or 7 big pieces of work around the city, we could have a massive issue trying to control traffic management plan and circulation of traffic. So I think bringing this work forward now will minimize that disruption to businesses, because by focusing on the ring main, we will be affecting Rutherford, Collingwood, and the bottom of section of Bridge Street to Queen Street, to the Queen's Gardens, which will be done and dusted by the time we start any of these other works. And it just gives us another a bit of leverage to better manage construction and traffic management around the city. So I think it'll have the opposite effect. I think this will be a positive outcome.
That's good to hear. So supplementary question there. So you're saying that doing this work, you would then finish it. There would be no need to continue to dig stuff up further down the program, so to speak.
Once we upgrade this water main, will be done and dusted. We'll do this in conjunction with Miller's Acre and any other particular works that we need in those streets. And then once that's done, it's done. And then when we come to the other works, at least we have that as a ring road to be able to handle the traffic that we will need. Because when we start Bridge to Better, that road is going to be closed down.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sanson.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. Kia ora, Alec. I'm curious about the floodgate, and I guess the idea of that is to stop backflows up the pipes. So I guess that it will hopefully prevent, ground flooding in some of those lower areas. Has modelling been done around where the diverted water will kind of end up? Will it just come further up the Maitai? Because if it's kind of it's to divert high tide from going up Saltwater Creek or something.
Yeah, so specifically, as you know, during particularly high tides, we get quite a bit of flooding in the Wakatu car park here. And the floodgate that we'll be installing at the end of Halifax Street into Saltwater Creek will prevent those high tides from actually coming up into Wakatu Square. So we're also looking at doing that piece of work a little bit earlier, because that's a standalone piece of work. And once again, if we can get these little pieces of work done, we will minimize the disruption. So that will have the benefit of not creating the flooding here. And what it does is it just doesn't allow flood waters from the Saltwater Creek, for example, to make its way back up into the thing. You're right, that does mean that it'll have to either go straight or build up, but we don't think that that's going to affect flooding upstream or downstream. It just will prevent it from actually coming into the Wakatu.
And that's been modelled, so we're not anticipating any kind of flow-on effect.
No, I think this is one floodgate we're in, and I think the benefits will exceed the disbenefits.
i.e., I'm assuming when this piece of work is done with those floodgates, those signs in Whakatū Square that tell it regularly floods and high tides will go?
We will keep them, but yes, they won't be going out. Well, you just never know. We may get a cyclone and then all bets are off. But there you go, which is what happened last time.
Councillor, I've got Councillor Courtney, then Rollo, then Paki Paki. Courtney, Rollo, Paki Paki.
Thank you, Mayor Nick, and through to Officer Levertis. Alec, one of your goals was to receive competitive pricing from contractors for this work, huge amount of work. And you put it to us very early on that this would be significant. Has that come to pass?
So in terms of Bridge to Better, we have, as you know, we've secured the services of a consultant. We are preparing detailed drawings. We're at the develop stage now. We're going to develop detailed drawings. We are engaging to secure a contractor through an early contractor involvement. And what we will do is we will just remove these water mains from that ECI, which will focus on the Bridge to Better. That's a separate process.
You can.
Are you confident that the pricing is going to be competitive? Because that was one of the main reasons of bringing it forward from contractors. Is the environment right to get competitive pricing from our contractors?
Oh, absolutely. From what I'm hearing, that is exactly why the report's in front of you. Yeah, the prices we're getting and we're hearing from the contractors. So yeah, the disruption is the one aspect, but getting competitive pricing is another key aspect here. And I'm quietly confident we will get good prices. The market is hungry.
Just an aside, I say this, and I ask this on behalf of businesses in Bridge Street and perhaps other streets too, Trafalgar and the whole central city. Will you please look, and you're going to tell me it's going to be too costly, but would you please look and consider night work for some of this work on Bridge to Better?
For Councillor Courtney, I will look at night work. We will look at everything once, and that's the benefit of going for an ECI. Once we get a preferred contractor, we can sit around the table and talk about all specific issues going down to a granular level, which may include potentially working at night. So that's on the table, absolutely.
Always got to look at what is the best value for money, but not just looking at the council's costs, because getting good value for money for the ratepayer and the taxpayer, as well as minimising disruption, involves a difficult mix of priorities. Go Councillor Rollo, then Paki Paki.
Thanks, Mayor Nick, and thank you, Alec. This is risk and I like it. I'm glad to know I'm not the only person who does thinking at midnight. I have a couple of questions here, and the first one's around affected properties on the Collingwood Street and the like. Obviously, we've been consulting and speaking to them already and have given some dates on when work was going to start. Have we gone back out to them and said, actually, we're now considering coming forward, and have we had feedback on that? Or is there still some expectation that work's actually still a year or so away?
I understand that Mr. Paul Shaddock has started that. And look, we're doing this at pace. And I thought about this idea at 3 o'clock in the morning, not at midnight. But so look, this is happening at pace, and I'm really this is risky, and I'm hoping that it's going to pay off, but I genuinely think that this is in the benefit of council to do this. So we will be talking with those businesses, unless I don't think we will need to close entire roads off, especially with the rising main. I think we'll be able to work around businesses, but as with every piece of work, there will be disruption. But I think this just works in better with our plans.
Great, thank you. If you do hear of that negative feedback from people of us coming ahead, please let us know, because if we can start moving quickly, it would be great. Now, I have two more questions, but I'll make it into one. What are the chances? Obviously, we're going out for a very good competitive tender process. what are the chances that we can get local contractors on the job as opposed to finding people from out of town? And I'm just, you can add this into the answer, is there any risk with us now discussing this in public today that contractors that may be looking at this work start looking at putting up their price, because we're seeing it an advantage that the market's quite good at the moment for doing work?
So first of all, we reward local, and we prefer local because we want to encourage the markets for Nelson. I'm quite happy that we're discussing this in public, because it is a public tender. They're not going to raise their prices that have to collude on that, and our contractors don't do that. And they want the work. They want to win this. So I think, we will get good prices. I'm pretty sure about that.
One of the things, there's been a significant slowdown in the subdivision area. Many of the contractors that do the new subdivisions are exactly the sorts of which we would be hoping to get a sharp pencil price for some of this work. I also think we've got a broader responsibility in the community to try and ensure that there isn't such a big downturn in the construction industry that we lose skills from the regions. And I think there will be some benefits from that if it is well timed. Councillor Paki, then Skinner.
A couple, I think, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to highlight that in terms of the commercial construction industry at the moment, we are in a great position. It doesn't work the other way around when we've got lots of them basically the contractors coming to us looking for work. It's scary when we're struggling to try and actually recruit them. I wanted to just throw back into Councillor Sanson's question about the floodgate. And I think it raises quite a good point, in that sometimes if there's a misunderstanding in terms of the engineering that's actually in play here, there was a thought, I felt, I could be wrong, but there's a thought there that if there is a floodgate there, and this may enter into the mind of a lot of the community, that suddenly that water's got to go somewhere else, and it will affect, there's a downhill chain. I think Phil would be able to very quickly, in terms of the engineering, the mass of the body of water that's out there to put a floodgate in. Can you just confirm and sort of maybe even elaborate a little bit that it is not the case where that water that's excluded from that area will then inundate other places?
I believe that to be the case. In simple terms, if we're putting on a floodgate to mitigate the water coming to Wakatu, that does not mean any other areas will be inundated.
Thank you.
Depending on the size of the storm, of course. There always has to be, but generally, yes.
Councillor Skinner.
Yeah, just further employers, Councillor Rolo raised in regards to realise the tender matrix is complex and you want to get the best on a whole lot of factors, but I do, the public have got to understand their big expectations. Much of that local spend for that, it's a lot of money to spend, and it's a lot that could be injected here to our workforce or elsewhere. But I know at the end of the day, you've got to get the job done right and well. But I applaud to our CEO, if there's anything we can do as a governance to change that matrix for this particular project, because I know you have your both legal and expectations on how that matrix is ticked off, so you don't get legal challenges from other tenders. Is there anything as a governance perspective, because this is a huge amount of money, but could be and like it to be as much of that injected into Nelson, especially we're getting a lot of money coming from outside of Nelson. That's a double bonus. So is there anything we don't have to answer it now, but anything we can do to help your officers in regards to that matrix that you tick off to put more weight on local contractors? And
I see. I understand the question.
I know in the past you've tried to lean as far as you can for local input, but your constraints are there with that matrix, especially if there could be a legal challenge saying, well, you've favoured this party over this party, when this party in Christchurch could have done that or can do that, or they would have included local contractors. But talking about the Green Meadows learnings, that through little fault of our own, when it went to tender, those promises from the one that won the tender didn't get the local subbies, for a better word. But can we help you out here?
I think, if I may, through the Chief Executive and through the Mayor, I think the Green Meadows is a totally different scenario. What we're talking about here is civil works, and we do reward local. and we have a right to put that into our tenders. And as long as people know that they're tendering on an open, this is exactly the tender thing. And I think the balance that we've got in terms of local is good. And they get rewarded in the evaluations. If you've got a local company, you get rewarded accordingly. And I think that the percentages and the balances that we have reflect an equal. And I'm happy that we do that.
Challenge on it on the spot, just challenge you, sir, because I know those balances, much they like to at times, they don't look like they're balanced well for our selfish gain as far as getting injection of money into our Nelson community on those big spends. I just implore if there's anything we can do to help swing that further.
My understanding,
because I think the public would understand us spending a little bit more, or going around about it maybe a little bit more difficult for us, but to get that injection.
My understanding, and I'm always interested in this, is that council has a deliberate policy to favour local contractors subject to getting best value for money. Do I understand that correctly?
We do. The only difference is on that is, for example, when we're doing NZTA work, where sometimes we can't favour that. They have a different policy, and we have to adhere to that. But generally, we have a specific requirement and a reward if you are a local company.
And can I just tease that out one more, Alec? This work is being funded through the IAF and Kaingaora. You noted that with NZTA contracts, we're not able to put over that local preference subject to best value for money lens. Does the IAF contract allow us to put locals first subject to best value for money lens?
I believe they do, yes.
Okay, are there any further questions? I'm happy to move from the chair, the recommend. Sorry, I missed the question, did I?
No.
You're happy to second?
Yeah.
Moved and seconded by the Mayor. Can I thank Alec for his work? This is a very significant item, and in the debating phase would like to make these comments. One of the most important things this council does is provide infrastructure, and this is about pulling forward $4.3 million of very significant infrastructure for the city. It actually expands the works program for this financial year, 24-25, to the largest capital works program that this council will have ever done. I felt when I became mayor that with the amount of infrastructure work that was associated with the storm recovery, that some of these long-term things would not be able to be pulled forward during this 3-year period. And it is a real credit to Alex and the staff that they are being ambitious and wanting to get stuff done. We got a clear message at the City Summit, and that was, please get on with some stuff. And this is critical infrastructure work that is going to be able to enable development in our central city. I think there's also very good economic reasons for doing it. The reality is that your prices are as good as the number of bids you can get in the door. And when our infrastructure manager tells us that we're getting a lot more bids, my view is that's telling us that the industry is very competitive. And then, as I raised in questions, the more we can get of that government contribution, the earlier, the more it is worth. And so I thank the staff and think it is a smart move for our council to bring it forward. I have to tell you that when I bring visitors to town and I drive into Whakatu car park and it's got those big signs that tell us that this area regularly floods, does not feel right for a central city area. And bringing forward the infrastructure that with those floodgates will mean that we're not having car parks in the central city. That flood in a high spring tide is about the changes that we need to make to improve the resilience of our central city. So it gets 3 ticks for me and pleased to support it. Any other comments people want to make? The Councillor Stallard is giving the chair a rev and saying I should move more quickly. I'm looking for a break. I've got Councillor Stallard and the Chief Executive. Let's conclude this item and then immediately have a break. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just briefly from me around, one of the key parts of the wider IAF project and Bridge to Better is that fundamental question of phasing, as Alex explained. Some of that is going to naturally be worked out as part of the early contractor involvement, but the real key of bringing this forward is that removes a significant part of the disruption that would otherwise be aligned with even more significant disruption happening on Bridge Street. I think it's worth noting that actually the works we're bringing forward aren't as large and complex as what's being done in Bridge Street. This is actually well within council's wheelhouse. The replacement of water mains, the installation of the floodgate upgrade. These are things that I'm incredibly confident in our infrastructure team to be able to deliver on time and on budget. And it just takes out another moving part out of what is council's largest and most complex project in a generation. And so very grateful for Alec for your 3am thought and being able to bring this forward. And also just want to recognise, the key role that local contractors do play in the work that we do. In all of my time working closely with the infrastructure team, the only occasion I've seen us not use local contractors has been a question of capacity or expertise. But on the whole, even then, oftentimes you have a lot of local subcontractors as well. And so I'm really confident that this will bring us closer, ease people into the disruption that will be present with Bridge to Better, but also just acknowledging that there will be further conversations, further pieces of work as we get into the detail around how we minimise this disruption. But this is a really good first step there.
And acknowledge the Deputy Mayor's role in chairing the task force that's overseeing this work. There is no further contributions. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. To the contrary, say no. That is carried. Thank you again. Council will be adjourned for a 5-minute break. When we return, we'll be dealing with Council with Alec. And let's deal with paper 11 on local water done well.
Thank you. Through the chair, report in front of you is local water done well, giving you an update of central government's intentions, what we need to do, and the process that we need to follow to meet expectations from central government by September next year. We've made several recommendations. It's a very, very tight timeline in terms of us needing to consult. But in essence, in front of you is a proposal in terms of what officers think we should be moving forward, and a timeline that we need to follow to go to consultation, to prepare the service delivery plans, and to submit them and bring that back to council for approval to meet the September 2025 deadline. So I'll leave it at that. And maybe Phil wants to add any commentary, and then happy to answer any questions through the mayor.
Phil, any words of wisdom for us?
No, Mr. Mayor, let's crack into queries.
I had
Love it.
love people a few words. Hey, my question was, the mood that I'm picking up in the community is of a high level of confidence in our local management of water, with good reason, because all of the analysis, there's a consequence of the huge amount of money spent on three waters, painted our network in very good light. As a consequence, I am a bit concerned, because I'd much rather spend money on pipes and doing stuff than on consultation processes. What is the estimated cost of the consultation process on what is required under local water done well? And is there any provision under the legislation by which we have an option about doing that?
Now, Mr. Mayor, really the cost of the consultation for this is probably going to be a lot less. It's more in the nature of consulting for a bylaw. We'll never notice really the costs. They'll be absorbed internally through our corporate groups and our own staff time.
So just so I understand, is the consultation proposal on our choice of options under local water done well of the same sort of order that we have to do around an annual plan or a long-term plan? Similar process, got to produce a discussion document, got to take submissions. Are we required to take oral submissions as well as written?
Yes, it's interesting. We're required to make provision to allow people to make submissions to this proposal in the form that they feel best comfortable with. So yes, we would be duty bound to accept oral submissions.
This is a significant paper. The way I'd like to format it is, if there are any questions of our officers, and then would like to provide the opportunity for debate where people wish to make comment on it. So we're in the question stage. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. Through the mayor. Couple of quick questions. In the resident survey, it came back with a percentage that some people felt that they would like to have cleaner water. Is that possible with where we're actually at with our water services? Or, as it was pointed out, through the three water process, we were one of the top, providing quite a good service.
Mr. Mayor, really, I don't think we can get our water any much cleaner than what we do. We're running an ultrafiltration system up on our water treatment plant. Truly, I think it's world class.
Yeah, I must admit, I have full confidence not buying bottled water in Nelson.
And look, I need to say, it is world class. It is the leading edge of treatment that we can apply to our potable water. There's the only stage beyond that is reverse osmosis. So we're at the top of what we can do with our water.
Yeah, so basically, we don't want to break what's not. Don't want to fix something that's not broken. Okay, and so if we had to do a consultation and that takes staff time away or delays, what impact does that have on our works program to get stuff done?
Oh, Mr. Mayor, this is the timing is actually quite good for us. We've just finished our last round of asset management plans, and this fits quite neatly into a follow-on from those asset management plans. Virtually all the information that will go into the water service delivery plan is information that we currently hold internally and that we have already put into our AMPs and such like. So I don't think it'll take staff time away from the day-to-day operations and maintenance and in construction phases at all.
Thank you. Any other questions of our officers? I'll go Councillor Stallard, then Skinner. Sorry, guys.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I'm just looking at item 510 on page 132, which is the table from the DIA about future expected household costs with different options. It gives a future estimate under an entity with the 3 top of the South councils. If we just consider NCC and TDC, we don't have those data, but do you anticipate it would still cost more than going alone, and do you sort of know where it might sit? Is it still going to be close to that estimate of $3,500?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Really interestingly enough, I think from my technical operational perspective, I don't see necessarily a great deal of difference between Marlborough and Tasman and that. So I think that regardless of how you slice and dice the 3 councils at the top of the South Island, Nelson will always be paying more if it joins up with any of those.
Thank you. And just to follow up, those figures are predicted for the year 2051, but I guess if we were to amalgamate with TDC in some way, well, at the very least water, those extra costs would start to appear as soon as we amalgamate and arrive at that figure in 2051, but those extra costs would appear straight away rather than later. Is that the case?
Mr. Mayor, yes, certainly. The moment you amalgamate, there's clearly a year or 2 while you're settling down to work out what your joined up works program would look like. But essentially after that year or 2 of honeymoon, then you will be paying.
Further question, Councillor Skinner.
Thank you for that. Just for my clarity, and thank you for the report. We've got A, B or C, and then we've got down on page 133, you got option 1 where we adopt one of the delivery models, which could just leave as is. Or option 2, do not report or consult on it. It's a bit of a dilemma where if we stay where we are, which is I'm very supportive, I think we're doing great product and the public haven't asked for anything different. But why are we then having to go out to consult to the public, which I feel their feedback is, hey, keep doing what you're doing? Why is that? Is that because central government has said you've got to consult on the fact you're very happy, don't do anything?
Mr. Mayor, yes, the need to go out to consultation on the 3 options that we show in through there is set up in the Act. It is a statutory requirement for us to consult.
Make sure it's very clear for myself and the public. I realise it's written like that. But then also you've got there on page 133, please bear with me, option 2, do not adopt one of the options. And you've got the advantages, which the claim is nil. I think it's a great advantage actually. Saves a lot of hassle, but risk that you will have to come out with an additional model. Anyways, they seem to be counterintuitive.
Mr. Mayor, the report sets out and just tries to set out the 3 options that we are required to go out to community consultation, and there are the 3 that we must go and consult with the community with, where the council is at liberty to identify other options if it can. Okay. So that little options table in 7.2 through there just simply says that if you don't choose one of the recommendation options, then we will have to come back with another report to try and tease out any other option that is appropriate.
Okay, it's a bit unfortunate, but if we didn't go out, we'd come under some sort of legal issue. There, bottom line. Okay, and as you're aware, maybe I'm wrong, people haven't said, hey, we want you to change what you're doing. They're quite happy. They always ask for improvements, if that's possible. Okay, thank you for answering that and clarifying it, because my concern is we go out to consultation on this And without that bit of background discussion we just had right now, public are going to think, hey, is council trying to, in a roundabout way, do something different? And are council then going to go their own tangent? I know that's not the case, but it's going to be a difficult one. It's going to be a difficult one to present to the public, I think, unless we make it very clear that we are bound by Central to give options that we may not be favourable to.
I think Councillor Skinner makes a good point in that regard, in the sense that the community will feel a little bit confused about being consulted on effectively the status quo. And so I just think we just need to make quite explicit in the front end of that is that we're doing this because the legislation requires us to do it. I suspect from the dialogue I hear in the community that there is not going to be too much debate and submissions on this, and it's a pretty conservative approach. Councillor Rainey.
I acknowledge that this is part of a process that's set up by a requirement of government legislation. And I'm happy to signal that I'm happy to support the recommendation, but or the option that you recommended. But what I want to know is, does this set it in stone forever? Because potentially in the future, it could be that one of the other models becomes more advantageous for this.
Nothing
I know.
any of council is forever. Everything can always be revisited, I think, but I'm more than happy for Phil and Alec to comment on where do you see this going further down the track.
Mr. Mayor, the main reason for this is for us to have the information to feed into our water services delivery plan. It's a cornerstone of this particular act. And we only need to do one water services delivery plan. There's nothing in that act that says you are bound to that forever. The water services delivery plan is required to provide information for the next 10 years, straight out of our LTP. But there's nothing in there that says that if you change your mind in 2 or 3 years' time and you choose a different sort of mechanism and you go through the appropriate process, that it invalidates it or it's somehow prohibited. It's just a snapshot in time.
Yes. If I may, has Tasman voted on this yet? Do you know?
I understand that they have, and they, from memory, they have kept the door open to collaborate with other local councils, Marlborough, Tasman, West Coast. So there's dialogue, to keep dialogue open, and as always, we'll keep dialogue open, but ultimately, we take direction from our council.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to move the recommendation option A to A.
Happy to take that resolution, but I had a question from Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I just had a question there, Phil and Alec, on item 8, page 133, and around that consultation. And essentially, we're going to be consulting right through December, but also January. And I just wonder if it would be appropriate to bring that forward halfway through November to December. I often find it a struggle when council goes and talks to the public in the middle of January, when essentially people are out enjoying their lives and that, and here we are asking for their feedback. I wondered if you had any advice or commentary on that.
Mr. Mayor, I did give it a shot to go out for a much earlier consultation, but it just doesn't meet our other consultation deadlines with our staff. So all I've done in this one is, instead of going for a 4-week consultation period, I'm recommending that we run an 8-week, a full 2 months. So it just takes a little bit of pressure off everyone over that Christmas break. We get 2 or 3 weeks before Christmas where we can put some good comms out, and then we can do a good 2 or 3 weeks after the new year when we can do the same thing. I think it's a reasonable approach.
I'd be very, I welcome your approach, Phil, in if you are consulting over that December-January period, not doing the legislative minimum, kicking it out to the end of January, I'd be very uncomfortable about closing submissions in early January when people are rightly taking their main summer holidays during that period. And now, if you could have concluded the process prior to Christmas, that would be a preference, but you've given a good answer as to why that's not possible. Councillor Rollo? If that's the case, can I thank the officers for the answers to the question? I've had signals that Councillor Skinner is happy to move and Councillor Brand is happy to second. The floor is Councillor Skinner's for you or anybody else that wishes to make a comment.
Thank you. Keep it very brief. Thank you, staff and previous councils and councils well before us have provided hugely great infrastructure for water. And all I ask is that we continue to provide clean water, nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Skinner. Councillor Courtney. Councillor Courtney.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. Look, I support option model small a, which is remaining with the present approach, the tried and true and proven and successful model for delivering our water services here in Nelson. Mayor Nick, this council has built, managed and maintained its water assets exceptionally well for decades. And primarily, the thanks must go, a huge thanks must go to our remarkable council engineers, past and present. You see, what's before us today is signalling that this council will be in charge of its own water assets on into the future, on behalf of our ratepayers and our residents. What we've got before us today signals that we have a safe, well, no, I want to say that we have a safe, clean, reliable water supply, and we've had that since coming online with the Tandragee water treatment plant 20 years ago, which supplies, has been, and it's been mentioned earlier, an international standard of water. Water is a strategic asset. Water is vital to humanity. Water sustains life. Our community must own it. Let us never, ever lose control. Ownership of water assets and water services delivery, in my view, go hand in hand. It just makes sense, them being together. So option model small a is the best option. It's the only real or live option. Look, we are not in a position to determine or guess other communities' wishes or desires at this time. And I'm referring here to Tasman, Marlborough and Buller. But we can for ourselves. We can set a course and determine our own future. We are, this council, custodians of a valuable water asset and entrusted to take care of them on behalf of the community, the people we represent. Importantly, we need to commit to continue to prioritise investment in water, like as we've done so well with investments in water in the past. So it's local ownership, local say, local water services delivery, local decision making for people in this community. It works, has worked, and will continue to work for all Nelsonians. Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Councillor Courtney. Councillor Pakipaki.
Chair. I think it's really good to point out that my microphone, when turned on, works a lot better for the room and for those online. Got it. I think full acknowledgement needs to go to the team. A lot of the team here have been working in this infrastructure, and they've got a legacy and a reputation for delivering a really high quality standard of water care and water provision to the community. They've made the investment very early on and they've established the infrastructure, and it's been working really well. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we sit on our laurels and we accept that this is really the only way to go. So I think the process itself is actually really good, that we've been able to have a look at it at a distance, reevaluate where we're at, and this process itself validates good governance and good management for us to be able to look at these options as we go on, and we compare them to the status quo. So I think in terms of an organisation, this is actually quite a good positive step. I'm in favour of option A. It stands on its own merits, and I think the reputation and the proven precedence that it's had is valuable. So, kia ora mai tātou.
Kia ora. Councillor Brand.
Thank you. As I said during the question time, don't fix what's not broken. A lot of investment time, wise decision making many years ago is already highlighted, but it also sets the motivation for future councils to stay at the top. In any competitive mindset, you always want to be number one. And the fact that we are up there, I cannot see any reason why a future governance model or body that sits around the table wouldn't be wise enough to continue to invest in our infrastructure for the water to ensure that we remain near the top, so that the ratepayers can feel rest assured every time they turn on their tap, they can put a glass and not have to go to the supermarket and buy a plastic bottle with some water in it like you do in Auckland. Just comparing, just putting out the challenge, just putting out the rest assurance and the peace of mind that our ratepayers can have, or even other people who visit our region, on the water supply that we do. And I think the staff are doing that, but they can't do it if we don't provide the governance to let them get on with it and the structure for them to do it with their long-term plan.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Just in terms of my own contribution, this paper is a big deal. I reflect on the fact that when this Nelson City Council was formed 150 years ago, one of the key drivers was that Trafalgar Street was effectively an open sewer, and the council was formed to address some of those basic infrastructure questions for our community. It represents a third of our balance sheet, $800 million worth of assets that this council is responsible for managing. Through the whole Three Waters debate that has raged over the last 5 years, many councils, including like Wellington, have come under harsh scrutiny for the fact that they have underinvested in their water infrastructure and have a bill close to $10 billion to bring it up to speed. There's been a real motivation from many councils around the country, having underinvested, to be able to get their hands into the pockets of ratepayers in areas like Nelson to help fix their problems. And I make no apologies for saying, because they've underinvested and we have not, should not be a reason that Nelson ratepayers have to contribute to others that have neglected their water infrastructure. I want to put on record, thanks to Councillor Malone, who actually incurred a large amount of criticism for the huge investment that was made in the 1980s in the Maitai Dam. It is what provides the security of water supply for the city. And I attended a huge public meeting in this community where council officers, including those sitting in this room, and Councillor Matheson, were heavily criticised for the $20 million that was spent on the Tandradi water treatment plant. And it is those two assets that, from a drinking water point of view, have this council ranked as one of the very best in New Zealand in the standards of our water infrastructure. Now, I'm equally proud that this council is living up to that reputation. When we face the hard questions in putting together the long-term plan, and under enormous pressure about issues of both rates and debt, this council committed $400 million of expenditure over the next 10 years to continue to ensure that we are replacing those pipes in our system that have limited life to ensure that we keep that high standard. Now, fundamentally, the decision before council today is about the choices for the future management of that. I have to indicate that I am actually open to council having a council-controlled organisation. I was one of those ministers that was very involved in setting up Auckland Water Care Services. And actually, if we look at that organisation's performance since it was established 12 years ago, it has performed well for that megacity of Auckland. I support the recommendations that have been moved by Councillor Skinner and Brand in sticking with the status quo. It is my view that this region would be better served with a single council for Nelson and Tasman. But I am worried that some in Tasman want to combine water services where there would be a substantive benefit, effectively a transfer of wealth of about $14 million per year from Nelson to Tasman, without resolving those other issues that would be involved in a merged council, where I would want them to more equally contribute to city services such as our economic development, such as our arts agencies, where, in my view, they are services that benefit the whole region. So in supporting this recommendation, I am signalling to our neighbours Tasman that I'm up to having a conversation about sharing some of their higher water services costs for the rural communities like Motueka, but only if it is part of a broader discussion around a fully merged Nelson Tasman Council. My last remarks are one of just ensuring that we keep up our work as there is that bigger debate. If I have a concern over the Three Waters discussion, is that over $1 billion was spent on reports and navel gazing. The country would have been better off had that $1 billion been spent on actually upgrading wastewater and drinking water systems. And the only regret I have about the recommendations for us is we're going to have to spend some dollars on a conversation with our community through the consultation process, money that I would much rather was spent on pipes and practical things than a discussion that I don't think is going to add much value to the issues we have around water services management. So happy to support the recommendations. Deputy Mayor Rohan O'Neill-Stevens.
Yeah, look, speaking in favour of the resolutions in front of us, but I do want to take a step back and recognise, I mean, my fundamental belief is that there are times when we are local councils, we're individual cities, we're individual communities, but actually the question of whether you should be able to trust the water that comes out of your tap or whether or not you should be able to safely flush your toilet, I think that all New Zealanders should have confidence in those questions. And it is deeply, deeply unfortunate that right now we can sit here and say, well, thanks to the actions of people long before us, we don't have as big an issue as, say, a council in Wellington, who you could argue most of the people around that table didn't make any of the substantive decisions that put them in that problem. And I think in terms of a wider model, there is still going to be work to be done. From our perspective, I think that sticking with the status quo is the right answer for now. But actually, if I step back and I look at the wider water sector, I don't think that we have the answers in front of us. And when I look at the analysis that says still under this model, compared to, say, Entity C under the original water model, we'll be paying $1,000 more per resident in 2051 than we would be under that larger model. Now, there are trade-offs inherent in all of this, and there is a debate that needs to be had. But frankly, when I look at these numbers, when I consider what Tasman, Marlborough and Buller, our neighbours, are going to have to navigate in the next 30 years, whilst I feel grateful for our past investment, I can't relish in the fact that they're in a more challenging and unfortunate position. And we also need to engage in this in the wider questions of our urban affordability and the affordability of these networks in terms of how we grow and structure our cities, because that's actually where we need to be engaging in, is how do we create communities that can sustain the infrastructure that they require? How can we create communities that are affordable in the long term? What lessons can we learn, but what lessons do we still need to learn? Because as much as I am supportive of this resolution today, I make no secret that I don't think that Nelson City Council won't have challenges in paying for its future water infrastructure. There will be significant renewals required in my lifetime to sums of money that are hard to imagine and will be hard to afford. When you layer on top of that the devastating impacts that climate change is going to have on a lot of our coastal water infrastructure, which is naturally where things like sewage treatment plants are located, but also as we grapple with our obligations under Te Tiriti o Waitangi to actually respect Te Mana o Te Wai and move away from our standard forms of sewage processing, we are going to still have a lot of large questions unanswered. And so whilst I'm happy to support the answer that we have in front of us today, we can't shy away from the fact that this is a dialogue that needs to be ongoing and that these challenges won't disappear just because we, as a relatively small geographic council, are okay. I still think our obligations to the rest of Aotearoa and the rest of the community will still sit there and still need to be engaged in proactively. And so I hope we are a positive part of those conversations as well.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Any other contributions? Did the mover wish to exercise his right of reply?
I'll just briefly say it's publicly made it very clear before, it's a great asset which is owned by Nelson community, and we should continue to respect that and keep it in the ownership of our Nelson community.
I'll put those resolutions 1 to 4 that have been moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, no. Carried. We moved to item 12 on the agenda with respect to the joint Tasman-Nelson Regional Pest Management Strategy. Welcome, Richard and Mandy. Thank the work that's gone on. Note for councillors' information that the Tasman District Council adopted the pest management plan on the 12th of September, and it's now in our plate. Over to you, Richard, unless Mandy wanted to make some opening comments.
Marina Mayor and councillors. First of all, I'd like to introduce Quinny Coleman, who's Tasman District Council's team leader for biosecurity and biodiversity. As Tasman District Council is the management agency for the pest management plan, councillors may have some questions for Quinny about the process and TDC's role. Essentially, I also acknowledge there's quite a bit of information attached to my report, and that's really just to it's required for the council to be satisfied that the legal steps under the Biosecurity Act have been met and making changes to the pest management plan. The report outlines the process since the joint committee was established in March of last year, involving councillors Sanson, Stellard and Benj, and also just what steps have been taken through early engagement through to forming a proposal which went out for submissions in February formally, and the joint committee met in May of this year, and the resolutions from the joint committee are appended in attachment 1. I'll probably just leave it open to questions now rather than going into a lot of detail about the proposed changes, but just acknowledging that TDC have adopted the resolutions that in front of the council, and happy to answer any questions.
Happy to take questions, but also would be happy either Councillor Sanson, Stellard or Benj, who have done some of the heavy lifting on this piece of work, if they wish to make any comments in opening up, that would be welcome as well. Councillor Sanson.
Well, I'll save my comments for now, but just indicating I'm happy to move this as co-chair of
Wonderful. Yeah, no, think that's appreciated, and we'll note that.
Deputy Chair.
Deputy Chair.
Yep. TDC
No
Councillor as Chair.
That's all right. No trouble. Councillor Benj, any comments on the work that you've done on this management plan?
The pampas, in reading this, it's only going to be made noxious in certain areas. Is that the case?
I might leave Wendy to answer that because it involves areas in Tasman, like Nelson.
Through the chair, you're correct. We've only identified a couple of sites in Golden Bay that are for pampas. Unfortunately, pampas is rapidly spreading through the district. And under the Biosecurity Act, you really have to be clear if you're going to name it as a noxious pest that you can actually control it. And through our cost benefit analysis, it's really only very specific parts of the wider Nelson Tasman district that are in that place where we could actually get it under control, unfortunately.
Thank you. Matthew, any further?
Well, I asked the question because there's what appears to be a new infestation in the Whangamoas, and it's just going to go nuts. If there was ever a chance to get on top of it, it would be now. But you know, it's I don't know where it came from, but probably off the side of the road.
If I could comment on that, we're throughout the course of the plan, we're constantly picking up on any potential incursions, and we will sort of look at that and control it when we can. If it became fairly or more widely established and a bigger concern, we could always look at including it in the plan in future. I should note that the current plan expires in 2029, and so from probably 2027, we'll need to start a full review of the pest management plan. So that's only a couple of years away. So yeah, there is a potential to look at the situation with any of the pests in the plan or any emerging pests, see if we can or need to include them in there. But we are controlling pests that aren't in the pest management plans. There's a number of emerging pests that we do also undertake work on.
But surely you would, like you're saying, if it becomes a major pest, but right now, that's in a small way, that would be the time to attack. I understand the problem. Forestry tend to be big players and they just push you aside because it doesn't affect them. But, you know, I haven't seen Pampas in that direction before. And I used to live in Rye Valley and drive backwards and forwards a lot. But they've just cut all those hills, so it's, well, you know how it spreads. It would seem a shame to let it go there.
Well, again, we will work at local instances or incursions when they pop up to see whether we can actually control it sufficiently in that situation.
Okay, well, it would be great to look at that one.
Councillors, sorry, Councillor Bench, you concluded your questions?
Yeah, I just like to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. No, good points about Pampas. Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. I found it to be a really enjoyable piece of work, and we were guided very well by council officers. So thanks for all your work in this partial review of the pest management plan. I think for me, and I suspect for the average person on the street, there'd be two items that they'll take extra interest in. All of the items are important. So I do wonder if you could briefly explain what's happening in terms of cats, and maybe pretend I'm a cat owner on the street, and I say, what do I need to know? And then if you could also briefly explain the wildings rules. And again, if I'm a person on the street and I'm concerned about the spread of wildings nationwide, okay, what is the council doing about that with this? And how does it differ? Like, are we a leader or a laggard in this area among councils nationwide?
Okay, really good questions. I'll start with the cat situation. So we're introducing some controls around feral and stray cats, essentially in 28 reserve areas, or call them high value biodiversity areas. It's now banned to dump any cat, so that includes companion cats, feral cats, or stray cats, or to dump or feed them, and those are all listed in the plan documents. Also, anyone who sites a cat in those areas is required to report on that to either Tasman or ourselves. So that's really just a chance for us to be aware that there are cats in there, and it also links into the bylaw that we're considering for compulsory microchipping to identify domestic companion cats as opposed to feral strays.
Balding Pines?
Balding Pines? Yeah, I'll ask Winnie to cover those. It's quite complex, but mainly involving Tasman areas.
Somewhere. They are complex and I still need notes. So the Wilding Pines, I'll answer your last question first. We're in the middle. Some of these rules are already adopted by other councils around the country, and a couple of these rules are new and trying to be a little bit innovative about controlling an emerging problem, which particularly around the boundary of forestry blocks onto private land. So those are slightly new for our region, but also in a reflection that we are in a bit of a unique spot here, given the fairly large areas of pine plantations, and trying to come up with a fair way of managing some of those early emerging threats of wildings. So there are 5 rules, and they're split between operational areas and non-operational areas. So operational areas are places where we have invested so far it's largely been central government funding, but it's basically if a taxpayer or a ratepayer is invested in a site to remove wilding pines, we want to bring in a rule that protects that site. And that's largely a protection of investment. We think that's a fair trade-off, but also it gives us a little bit of a bump in terms of the national program, that if you've got rules to back up the work, you're just a bit more likely to be able to argue for some money to be able to keep doing that work. And then outside of operational areas is basically everywhere else. So we've split those out mostly because operational areas can be complex, and you don't want to put on a whole heap of rules on those places that are already going through some management already. So locally, that's Mount Richmond. Is that correct? Yep. So we have a clear land rule. So rule A is a clear land rule. So anywhere where there is no wilding pines, we want to keep it that way. So as little wilding pines pop up, that landowner needs to control those as they come up, before they become cone bearing. There's an exemption around urban and high intensity land use areas, mostly because that's unlikely to become a problem. Somewhere where it's highly intensive, they're less likely to become a problem because you're working the land in some way already. And so the pines will be picked up in another way. Rule B is our planted forest rule, and this was really the only one we got a lot of feedback on through consultation, and that is to manage spread from forest plantations over 1 hectare. And so as of July this year, if there are new wilding pines popping up on the neighbouring property within 200 metres of the boundary, and that neighbour is actively clearing their land, then the forestry owner is responsible for keeping that 200 metre strip clear on their boundary, onto their neighbour's boundary. So we're not removing the actual plantation, so they can have the plantation up to their own boundary, but if they're spreading onto their neighbours, they need to be controlling that.
Quick question, do the rules on conifer wilding pines, do they apply equally through this pest management strategy to the areas controlled by council and DOC? So if DOC's not keeping its wilding pines, will we, under our pest management strategy, be able to say, DOC, you've got to deal with your wilding pines? or is the Crown exempted from the rules that we apply to everybody else? And are we applying the same rules to our own council?
So Rule E is what I would refer to as a bind the Crown rule. So the only rule you can put onto a central government or onto DOC is a good neighbour rule, and so that is what Rule E is, which basically it keeps a 200 metre buffer clear on it. So if you're clearing your wildings and DOC land has wildings, they need to clear their 200 metre buffer, and that
Can
rule
I make my question more pointed? The proposed regional pest management strand puts an obligation on a landowner that if you don't have wilding pines, you've got to keep it clear of wilding pines. Does that rule apply to DOC?
No.
But it applies to everybody else?
Yes.
And was that a choice or because we can't?
It's legislation, Biosecurity Act, unfortunately. Yep.
Okay. I'm always a bit reluctant. And does it apply to us?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Sanson.
Thanks. I'll just make a comment and then there's no need for debate from me. Gwenny and Richard, I just want to thank you and the Science and Environment teams at both councils. I think, as Councillor Stallard said, it was a really great piece of work and it was much more interesting than I'd anticipated. And, there was some pushback, particularly around the wilding conifer rules. And I thought that you were the way you worked with the forestry companies was really admirable. And I feel like, they should be very grateful. I do think that it is a step change for us in terms of dealing with feral cats and wilding pines, wilding conifers going forward. So I'm really excited about the biodiversity wins that we may see in the future, and feel like, if this passes, it's good day and good work done by all. So thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Sanson. I'm going to have Councillor Brand, then Youth Councillor Turner.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just a question. On our page 165, that is page 15 of your rules, you talk about the water celery and the Vietnamese parsley in the Tasman-Nelson region rule, and it breaks it down into talking about destroying on the land or written direction of an authorised person on an annual basis prior to the onset of flowering, and then removal of all fragments. But we know that the seeds drop and that's very hard to get them out. Does that mean Tasman will now address this water celery and Vietnamese parsley in the same manner that Nelson has developed with the spray that NIWA developed to try and help break down that root structure so it's not clogging the system, but also put in regular maintenance to ensure that it gets cleared out so it keeps the water system free, but also trying to trap them and get out as many of those seeds as they can so that it reduces down over time? Does that mean, because I know Tasman had quite a different process in place in dealing with it, so now that it's in the joint pest management, does that mean both councils will follow the same regimen and maintenance program?
There's two parts to that. One, yes, as it's in the plan, that means we both need to be controlling it. Tasman has been controlling it, but we haven't had the resource consent up until this year. So this year we now have a resource consent to spray over water, the same as Nelson, and so you will see a change in that management from this season onwards.
And you will be using the same spray that's been developed by NIWA to address that, and not just what you've been using in the past?
Correct. So until having a resource consent, we could only use glyphosate. So it's, this is allowing us to more options, right. Same as Nelson.
So you'll stop using the glyphosate and move into this. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Brand. Youth Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mayor Nick. I'm going back to cats. So I really appreciate what's there for feral cats, but I was thinking what can be done by the public if the feral cat was to attack someone or get in where it wasn't meant to, so would it just be a matter of reporting, or would the public be able to move the cat? Kind of what are those changes meaning in that way?
Essentially, it'd be reporting to the council, and we'll be able to go and trap a cat. We're not expecting people to go out and try and capture cats themselves. It's probably better if we were able to deal with them and also be able to check to see whether it has been microchipped and verify whether it is a feral or a stray cat that can be rehomed or resocialised.
And just following on from the cat question, I note that in the pest management plan, it's an offence to release a cat into the wild, quite specifically on high value sites. I just think releasing cats anywhere into the wild should be an offence. Why was it that the decision was made to restrict that prohibition onto high value sites?
It sort of boils down to the reasons we're able to introduce rules under the Biosecurity Act, which needs to be for protection of biodiversity values or horticultural, agricultural, or economic values, as opposed to, I guess, more generally into the urban area, for example. So
the reason for that choice was, under the legislative framework, you had to be able to justify. You could only justify the intervention for those areas. Good answer. Yeah.
I'll just add a little part on that. Under the Biosecurity Act, you need to be able to fully fund the rule that you're bringing in, and so being able to realistically fund and do the surveillance on dumping of cats over the entire Tasman-Nelson area would be quite the undertaking. So that's why we've targeted it down.
Good as gold. Councillor Skinner, and then my intention is
just
to
quickly on that high value area land, map 25, it might be just me, I'll bring it up and I'll just get the word map 25. Is that something?
Yes, apologies, there's quite a few maps in the attachment which now have been refined, and that is one of the recommendations or resolutions we're seeking from councillors, to delegate authority to
define what those areas are.
Yes.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
Thank the officers for their answers to those questions. Councillor Sanson has indicated that she would like to move the resolutions 1 to 7 that I had before us. Is somebody prepared to be a seconder? Maybe one of the two members. Councillor Benz, thank you. Floor's over for debate.
I've said my piece, so.
Thank you. Anybody want to add any comments? I would simply want to acknowledge the work of Councillor Sanson, Stallard and Benj in doing this important work. I think it is a good thing that we are doing this work jointly with Tasman. When you're dealing with biosecurity, there's a very pervious boundary between the two areas. And I do note that on the questions of both wilding pines and on the issue of feral cats, the work that has gone here are both a significant step forward in managing pests in our region. And so simply commend both the officers and the councillors that have been part of producing this piece of work. There are no further contributions, then we'll simply put resolutions 1 to 7. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. We come to the next item with respect to dangerous affected buildings, and invite Bruce before council. Bruce and Mandy, is it? Just Mandy? No? Welcome, Bruce. We're all ears.
Good morning, everyone. Kia ora tātou. So the proposal with the dangerous, affected and sanitary buildings policy is to replace a current policy, and that's because of changes to legislation that have occurred in the last 5 years, and various pieces of advice from MB. And I guess I'll just leave it open to questions if
that's very helpful, Bruce. I just had a question of scale, just to get a sense of the number of properties that come through. What sort of number of buildings would we be issuing dangerous, affected and sanitary building notices per year, roughly per year over the last 10 years? Is it 1 or 2, 5 or 6? What sort of numbers would there be falling in this category where this policy takes effect?
Mr. Mayor, I suddenly thought this morning maybe someone's going to ask that question. So currently we've got 8 or 9 dangerous or unsanitary buildings in place.
Yep.
Over the last 5 years, 10 properties have been issued with notices of
10
sort.
each year or
So
10 over 5 years?
10 over 5 years, so
a couple of years.
two per year.
Yep.
And I guess over the last 5 years, we've had, and it will be included in those numbers, 17 properties that have been investigated as maybe they're dangerous, maybe they're not.
Yep.
And of course, on top of that, every now and again, we'll have a rain event, 2011, 2022. Those events are generally dealt with outside of the policy, but they're dealt with these days in the emergency management of buildings sections in the Building Act. So, for example, the 2022 rain event that we had very many placards. I don't have the number off the top of my head, but currently we have about 40 placarded buildings that are being considered for transition out of the designated area, out of the emergency management regime, if you like, under the Act. And so some of those will likely be considered dangerous or insanitary, and they will get a Section 124 notice, so covered by the current policy. And some of those will likely be considered, no, they're not dangerous, they're not insanitary, because the landslide has been stable for 2 years, and geotechnical engineers are now considering that it's no longer a risk.
Thank you. Any other questions from colleagues around this proposed policy changes? Councillor Pakipaki.
Through the chair, kia ora, Bruce. I think I've asked this question before, and we were talking about, but it was in a different context. How do most of these buildings, these sites, come to the attention of your team? Is it through complaints or is it through active investigations?
Primarily through, I guess you could call them complaints or notifications from the public.
Yep.
And occasionally staff come across situations through the day-to-day business, but primarily they're brought to our attention. We don't go actively looking for dangerous or unsanitary buildings.
Yeah, so I guess the angle I'm sort of coming from is that you mentioned that weather events and that quite often will occur with, with problems. You might get feedback. I've just wondered how active the council are in terms of the code of compliance inspections, adjacent buildings, those sorts of things in your normal course of business. How often that those provide leads to you determining the classifications for these buildings?
Through Mr. Mayor, I would say quite rarely, but it does happen. I guess I've been here 15 years and I can remember a few occasions. So, staff officers are keeping an eye on things, and discussions are held through the office.
Councillor Anderson.
Yeah, thank you through the Mayor. I'm just wondering, does emergency housing, substandard RSE accommodation, would they fall under this policy, or is there other legislation protecting the tenants?
I guess through the Mayor, my role is targeted on the Building Act, and so no doubt there is other legislation that comes into play, but I guess I'm not particularly au fait with that. I guess I would say that all buildings are potentially subject to the dangerous, affected and sanitary building provisions of the Building Act.
And just another one, I'm just wondering, some of these buildings, would there be any implications in and around squatters or rough sleepers? That doesn't come into it either?
I guess people, through the Mayor, people that are in a building without the knowledge of the building owner and squatting, what have you, I guess they would be a concern. to the regulatory building team, and certainly considerations of danger and sanitary conditions would come into play. For example, there's no, the fire alarm system might be turned off because the building is officially unoccupied. People have broken into the building and therefore putting themselves at risk. So that is a factor that would be considered.
Just to add to that, we also, through the chair, we do fence off properties if there is reason to believe that, there is a danger to anyone entering a dangerous building. So we lock off the site as well.
Thank you. If there is no further questions, I have signalled moving Councillor Tim Skinner as the chair of the panel for hearing submissions on this proposed policy with Councillor Brandan Rollo.
Sorry to interrupt. Just want to highlight that there are a couple of formatting errors that have been picked up in the policy, and staff will amend that before we go out to.
Have you got sufficient discretion in the motion I have before me to be able to make editorial changes of that sort?
Doesn't look like it.
It doesn't look like it. Why don't we add a recommendation 8? If councillors would be relaxed about, there's a normal standard resolution we have that allows the Mayor and the Chief Executive to make appropriate editorial changes to the document, just so that we've got the process tidy, if that's okay, Mandy. And while that's being drafted, I'm happy to move from the chair the adoption of those recommendations, and that we put this amendments to our dangerous buildings and sanitary buildings policy out for consultation. Would you, Councillor Skinner, be prepared to second that?
Happy to second it.
So let's just say authorise His Worship and Chief Executive to make minor editorial changes. I'm moving from the chair. Councillor Skinner is seconding. Is there any debate that colleagues would wish on these resolutions that now include number 8? That being the case, I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Thank you. That's passed. We now come to the proposed policy on dangerous dams, earthquake-prone dams and flood-prone dams. Again, shall we take it as read and just see if there's any questions? Again, I'm going to ask you the same question. What number of dams would we expect to have within Nelson City that meet the definition that's been set down by the government in the legislation of this? Obviously, I'd expect the Maitai would be the obvious one. How many further are there that will be covered by this policy?
Mr. Mayor, I'm expecting that we have 4 classifiable dams, large dams, the Maitai Dam, the York Valley Stormwater Detention Dam, and both of those would be high potential impact dams. You can imagine if they're both full of, or if either was full of water and the dam magically disappeared, there'd be quite an impact on the urban area.
Yes.
Nelson. So
number 2.
It's not to say that's likely to happen. It's just that's how potential impact is measured.
Yes.
And there's 2 more. The Roding Dam.
Yep.
And the Rain Estate Dam near Champion Road.
The Rain Estate. So we have effectively 3 of our own dams of the councils impacted by this policy and 1 owned by the private sector as a centre of Rain Estates. Just want to get a sense of scale. I'm quite comfortable. Are there any questions further from colleagues about this policy? Councillor Stella.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. If my memory is correct, at a previous workshop, we discussed the possibility, I think, of Marlborough District Council being involved in some way. Could you just summarise again what that might have been and if we're going ahead with that or not?
Through the Mayor, we were contemplating that since Nelson has few dams and Marlborough has many, and they have consequently much more experience, that maybe Marlborough, it might be an option for Marlborough to take over the responsibility, if you like, from Nelson City Council for our dams. I think that option pretty quickly became unpopular. So we are retaining the responsibility here in Nelson for the regulatory control of our dam safety functions. But what we do have in place is an informal arrangement with staff in Marlborough to be able to ask questions and perhaps send out a purchase order. Can you give us some advice on this situation? Should that be needed?
Just because of the closeness, was Tasman District Council considered as an alternative, with us having so few dams, just 4, and 3 of them being our own, so effectively we're the regulator of our own activity? Why was the discussion with Marlborough in preference to Tasman about working jointly on administration of this Act?
Yeah, so Tasman was, I guess, our first choice. They are closest. Easier to drive to and fro if that's necessary. Unfortunately, Tasman wasn't in a position to be able to assist. So we
might be an issue that myself with the Mayor of Tasman and the Chief Executive might further discuss, because I think that would be a more practical option. And the other part is I'm a little bit, yes, we try and manage it as best we can, but when I prefer to have regulator separation from owner to get the right sort of tests around the stuff. So that might be something, Tim, that you might further explore as you hear submissions on this. Any further questions from colleagues? Sorry, Councillor Stella.
That's fine. I'm just continuing with that theme. My understanding from the workshop was that there might be meaningful cost savings to have Marlborough involved, and that perhaps they were just acting as like maintaining a register rather than anything that might give rise to concern about an operational sense. What was the, I wonder if you could comment on, if you know, the cost savings that might have occurred if Marlborough was involved, and the opposition to that possibility. Was that at the workshop or was it subsequent to that?
Through the Mayor, that was discussed at the workshop. I don't think we haven't done any work on what those cost savings might be, or indeed, I guess at that point in time we had very little idea of technically what might be involved in our systems. I guess since then we've done a little bit more work on that, and one thing leading to another, it became apparent that we actually needed to build those systems and those capabilities into the systems that we have here. It's just too complicated trying to have our systems talking to another council's systems. So we have simple systems in place now, with a view to building on those as sort of capability becomes available.
Thank you. Again, I'm happy to move these recommendations. Is it necessary, Mandy, for us to have that extra resolution around any minor editorial changes? More than relaxed to include it. Is it helpful?
Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any changes that
on this one
need to be made. So
thank the staff, the governance team, for being super flexible on it, but we won't worry about putting 8 in there unless we know there's a need for it. So we'll just do 1 to 7. I'm going to move from the chair. Councillor Skinner, we're asking you to chair the panel and submissions on this as well. Would you be happy to second? Thank you very much. Moved and seconded. Does anybody wanting to discuss or debate? No, that being the case, I'll put resolutions 1 to 7. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no, and that is carried. We come to, it is my intention, with councillors' indulgence, we've only got a couple of items left, would be to complete the public business prior to lunch. We come to the resident survey and welcome Louis before council. The bearer of good news. Hugely encouraged, and as I said at the opening of the council meeting, that for us to have the best resident survey results of any of the 18 councils is hugely positive. welcome any opening comments from Nikki or yourself, Louis, and then we'll open up for questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'll briefly introduce the item and then happy to take questions. So from a project point of view, it was a success. We achieved a statistically robust set of results based on our survey methodology, and that had an overall margin of error of plus or minus 4.4 at a 95% confidence level. More details are explained at page 3 of the report. As the Mayor has already mentioned, it was pleasing to see a continuing upward trend in satisfaction, with council's overall performance and a slight decrease in dissatisfaction. The 60% satisfaction in 23-24 is the top 3 result for our council in the last 15 years. So only in 2012 did we achieve 62, and in 2019-20 did we achieve 63. And then that flowed through that we were the highest scoring council of the 18 city and district councils from the key research benchmarking. The report also outlines some activities and services where councillors continue to score high satisfaction, some areas where we've had considerable increases in satisfaction, and also some areas that had higher levels of community concern. And finally, just the next step after this meeting, we would publish the results on council's website. Happy to take any questions.
The one, I have Councillor Stallard first, then I'll have a question.
Thanks, Minik. I was just wanting some guidance on how to read some of the data. For example, if we went to page 466 in our agenda, or page 25 of the report. So for many of the activity areas, there's responses to a question about how to improve satisfaction. In this case, it's consultation engagement processes. Were respondents given options to tick, or was this from their mouths, and then do the percentages add up to 100%? So did each person have one that said this is most important? Just so I can help sort of read the data.
Certainly, through the chair. No, it is a verbatim comment provided by the respondents to our survey provider. They theme the comments. These are themes, not a tick box or a choice. And it is based down the notes in the bottom corner of that page. That is based off 225 people providing a comment on that question. I'm not actually certain. I don't think that will add to 100%. I'd have to tally it up myself. But I think it's more to show out of the 225, 34% of them commented on more communication, information, transparency, accountability.
Okay, thanks. And just to follow up, so people might have rambled on a bit and made sort of multiple comments that would fit into, so there might be more than one answer per person on which, okay, thank you.
My question was about questions. One of the things that I find really helpful about the survey is that there's a relatively standard group of questions that are asked of multiple councils. So we're not just getting a feel for what our public think, but how we compare with other councils. The bit I was wondering about is, look, the largest issue that I have raised all the time, always have, with local government is the value for money for rates. Has there ever been, and in key researchers' work, has a question been included along the lines of, do you feel you get good value for money for your rates? And if, what happens in my view is that the public concern moves from different issues depending on what's about. So we see that we have a bigger flood event like August 22, suddenly everybody becomes very interested in that area. People are under enormous economic pressure at the moment, that becomes more of an issue. So my question is, has consideration been given, including a question around, do they think they get value for money for their rates? And if we wanted to include one in future, what would be the right process for elected members to have input into that?
Through the chair, I might defer to Nikki on prior surveying before my time at council. For key research, yes, they do have standardised questions that include ones relating to value for money or rating. I would have to go and confer with the provider the exact wording. But yes, it would be possible to include in future surveying. The current financial year we are in now, the survey is already started, so it would be for a future financial year.
Sure.
We would be able to bring either a workshop or via another means to seek feedback from elected members before we finalise the survey.
I'd be interested, Nikki, in that piece of work being done, but if we were to include a question, I'd much prefer it was a standard question that was being used in other councils, because the benchmarking is, for me, as important as the raw results.
Yes, and just to let you know an answer to your question, it has been discussed before, but not, I think, used in my time, a question like that around value for money. One of the issues was felt that just asking that as a bold question, people will give a quick response, and what you really want to do is remind them what things councillor is responsible for and delivers, because often they don't have that in their mind. And some of the things we deliver, like libraries, they often think is a central government delivery. So how to phrase the question without making it overly long was one of the issues.
Sure. Are there any further questions from colleagues on the resident survey? Can I just, on behalf of the council, thank Louis for your work on it and the report, the benchmarking and the information. I think the information is invaluable for us as governors in working out where we're doing well. I do think, Chief Executive, there are some areas that are identified where we need to improve, and I would like to have the discussion about those areas where there are high levels of dissatisfaction as to what things we've got in our program of work to try and address those. So thank you again, and I'll move from the chair the two resolutions. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye.
Sorry, Nick, can we comment or?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, pick out bits that might be of interest.
Yeah. Oh, look, I'm sorry. I've been a little bit quicker in moving forward. Moved and seconded by Councillor Sanson and myself, and now open for debate. Councillor Stella.
Thank you. Yeah, I just thought, there's a lot of information in there, and some of it's more relevant to me than other parts. So I would just like to touch on those bits of information, because I think they will guide us. And it is just a statistically significant piece of information. So it is important. So some observations for me. Of all council activities, the one with the greatest importance to the community is looking after the natural environment. So that came out number one. And when we followed that up by saying, well, what would be the most important factor in improving your satisfaction with how we're looking after the natural environment, this most important activity, the most important factor is to plant Indigenous plants and reduce forestry planting. And then beyond that, there were other things around water quality and biodiversity and so on. The lowest satisfaction rating for all of our activity streams that were surveyed was for our response to climate change. And I think that indicates the importance of the work we're currently on to develop our community strategy with the two components of emissions reductions and adaptation and so on. So I think, the community is aware of the issue. They're aware of where we are at, and we're not yet where we need to be. Following from that, the most important factor in improving their satisfaction with how we are responding to climate change is for council to lead projects to reduce Nelson community emissions. So it's really clear, it's in black and white, and I would hope that we take that attitude into developing the strategy, and then more importantly, what we do after that to reach our targets and goals. In terms of transport, and it is a little difficult to read some of the data because transport has many facets. But in terms of how to improve satisfaction with transport, and this is why I asked that question earlier about how to read the data, because I was just summing up different responses. 34% was to improve roads and parking, 68% to improve active and public transport. So by that simple summary of the different areas and the percentages, which is not completely valid because you may have had people commenting on several areas, twice the numbers were saying, I'd be more satisfied with transport system if we improved active and public transport. twice the numbers are saying that than those who are saying I'd be more satisfied if you improved roads and parking. I think that's, and this is evidence-based, which is in a bit of contrast to the Transport Minister saying people are sick and tired of money going into cycleways in a very flippant and anecdotal way. I think this is the basis for how we even advocate to central government around transport spending and so on, using this kind of information. And so I just hope we take those points, we remember them, and they're a basis for how we go forward.
Thanks, Councillor Stella. Any other comments? That being the case, I will put the. Sorry, I missed the Deputy Mayor.
No, I was just.
You were just waving around. Yeah. All right, I'm going to put those two resolutions on the resident survey. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
To the contrary, say no. That is carried. Council's happy to indulge to complete the public agenda. The last item we have is the setting the agenda for council meetings in 26 and invite Robin Bryan before us. I think it is helpful that we get the agenda locked in at this time of the year so we can plan. I would just note for media purposes, there has been an informal discussion around councillors. We've previously had council meetings for the first 2 years of this term on Thursdays and Fridays, and through informal discussion with both staff and councillors would note the change in format of moving from beginning calendar year 25 to Wednesdays and Thursdays. Robin, over to you.
Thank you. I will just take the report as read and just note that dates that haven't been included in this draft calendar are the Local Government New Zealand meeting dates, some community group meetings, CCO, CCTO AGMs, and also note that we have allocated 2 workshop days and 2 task force meeting days per month on average. Any questions?
Happy to take questions from colleagues. Councillor Rollo.
Thanks, Mayor Nick. My simple question, and I might get a smile out of Councillor Rainey here. On Thursday, July 3, we've got a full council meeting. What are the chances of moving that out of the first week of the school holidays? I don't have any kids, but I know it becomes a bit of an issue when we're in school holidays. So Thursday, July 3.
So we always allocate a week of the school holidays as a meeting-free week. So the second week of the school holidays will be a meeting-free. Sorry, I haven't got the calendar right in front of me. And also, I think later in July, you will have the Local Government New Zealand conference that will be scheduled. And the request for council meetings is to be the first Thursday of each month. So entirely up to yourselves if you want us to be reviewing that, but that will be the second week of the July holidays that will be meeting free.
The only difficulty, if it was a matter of moving it from 3rd July to the 10th to get out of school holidays, I'd be with Councillor Rollo, but that is still school holidays. And so I then go to the 17th and that feels too long. So I do think, but I am guided by those that do have children, want us to be a family-friendly council, but my instinct is to stick with the status quo. Any concerns in sticking with? My youngest of 18 turned 18 2 months ago, so I'm in the same camp. But Councillor Skinner, you're comfortable with keeping with 3rd July?
Yep.
Okay, so look, I understand the point, but we're going to stick with 3rd July just around the timing of the school holidays. Yeah.
Thank you.
Unless Councillor Rollo's to know something we don't know. Leave that to speculation.
Could I also just let you know, so in the next week or two, that you will get a flurry of meeting requests coming into your calendars for the next year as we schedule them all for you.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much. I'm going to move the meeting schedule for next year from the chair. Deputy Mayor is happy to second that. Open for debate. That being the case, Councillor Sanson.
Just thanks in advance. Well, probably there's been a lot of work going into it, but to Robin and the amazing governance advisors they kind of do so much work that often goes unnoticed. I just really want to acknowledge them for all of that.
I think that is wisely said, because we don't notice it until it goes wrong, and then we realise how good they are. So totally endorse those comments. All right, that will put those resolution. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, say no. The last item on the public agenda is for us to move into confidential business. The resolution is noted in the agenda. Happily be moved by Councillor Pakipaki and seconded by Councillor Sanson. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, no. That is carried. What we're going to do is to adjourn, and for officers, we're going to do the CEO only.